So. Lazam. Okay, kina na re qaleng he.
I think we should start now.
Eka re na le mathata a Sesotho ntate. O na le mathata a Sesotho.
O teng o bua Sesotho mo, nna ke bua Sesotho.
Wena o na le mathata a Sesotho.
Eka Sesotho se ke na le mathata a Sesotho, mara o teng o bua Sesotho mo, nna ke bua SeZulu.
Wena o bua SeZulu? Oh, ke bua SeZulu wena o tla toloka.
Ha o batla o bua Zulu, ha kuna problem. Or ka bua Sesotho, or ka bua leleme le lefe, ha kuna bothata.
Wa utlwa he. All right. No, bothata ba ka ke hore ke tseba dipuo kaofela.
Ke a bona. I know, ha kuna bothata.
Ne SeZulu nya sekolo.
Rona ha kuna bothata. O ka choose wena.
Ke bua Sesotho.
Bua Sesotho, ha kuna bothata.
O tla nkutlwa wena.
Hae ke tla ho utlwa.
Ha ke batle o toloke ntho tse wrong.
No, bua Sesotho.
All right. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Siyanibingelela nonke.
My name is Ntibi Modise.
Igama lami Babu Modise.
I am a member of parliament.
Ngiyilungu leParlamente.
I am the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment.
Futhi ngusihlalo wale committee yezokudoba amahlathi kanye nezemvelo.
I am handsome.
Come again.
I am handsome.
You are handsome. Handsome.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like we're going to have problems here. This man is disputing that I'm handsome.
Othi muhle. I just wanted to hear that correctly.
When out
Hayi nami ngithi uyabukeka sihlalo.
I think we must start. We are running a bit out of time.
Ngicabanga ukuthi asiqale manje ngoba isikhathi ngathi sesisishiyile kakade.
Siyavumelana.
Are we all agree?
Are we agreed? Right. Before we do anything else, may I request that we all rise and sing the national anthem.
Ngaphambi kokuba senze sonke noma yini enye ngicela ukuba sisukume bese kuculwa iculo lesizwe.
Thank you very much.
Siyabonga kakhulu.
We have observed that when we sang the national anthem, there are gentlemen who did not remove their hats.
Sibonile ukuthi njengoba becula iculo lesizwe abanye phakathi kwenu abaningi abazange bazethule izigqoko emakhanda.
We're just requesting that in future we observe and give maximum respect to the national anthem.
Siyacela ukuthi esikhathini esizayo sibonise inhlonipho enkulu uma kuculwa iculo lesizwe.
Are we agreed?
Siyavumelana.
Kuzoba mnandi namhlanje.
Today there will be fun.
It's gonna be nice, not so?
kuzoba mnanda
I
kunjalo.
can feel it, man.
Ngiyakuzwa nami nje.
Can feel it.
Ngiyakuzwa.
Okay. Welcome to the public hearings conducted by Parliament.
Siyanamukela kulombuthano wembizo yomphakathi obizwe yiParliament.
This is a meeting of the Portfolio Committee of Fisheries, Forestries and Environment.
Lona umhlangano wekomiti yezolimo noma yezokudoba, yezamahlathi kanye nezemvelo.
We are in a journey that started in Mpumalanga on the 3rd of February.
Silokhu siqhubeka nohambo oluqale eMpumalanga kusukela ngomhla ka-30 kuFebruary.
We then went to Limpopo.
Sibese sibhekisa amabombo eLimpopo.
Last weekend we were in KwaZulu-Natal.
Ngesonto ledlule besi KwaZulu Natal.
This weekend we are in Gauteng.
Kulempela sonto silapha eGauteng.
From here in Alexandra, tomorrow we are going to Katlehong in the
Namhlanje
East
namhlanje silapha eAlexandra, kusasa siya eKatlehong.
Rand. On Sunday we are going to the West Rand.
Bese ngesonto sibheke ngeNtshonalanga Randi.
From here in Gauteng we are descending to the Northwest.
Uma sisuka lapha sizobe sesibheka ke esifundazweni sase Northwest.
Now we are consulting the people of South Africa in compliance with what the Constitution requires of us.
Silokhu sikhuluma nomphakathi waseNingizimu Afrika ngokwenza ngokuvumelana nalokho umthethosisekelo othi asikwenze.
The Constitution requires it does not instruct that we must sit in Cape Town and make decisions that affect you.
Umthethosisekelo awusitshela ukuthi asihlale eCape Town bese sithatha izinqumo kodwa izinqumo ezithinta nina
Without consulting you.
ngaphandle kokuthi sinibandakanye.
Now we are here to consult you on climate change.
Ngakho silapha namhlanje ukuze sixoxe nani ngokuguquguquka kwesimo sezulu.
I'm sure you must have met the advanced team of Parliament. Normally they come a week before us.
Kungenzeka mhlawumbe senihlanganile nethimba elivela eParliament, imvamisa livama ukufika kusasele ivike thina.
Have you met them?
Nihlanganile nalelo thimba
They've briefed you.
lase linitshela kafushane.
Wonderful.
Kuhle uma kunjalo.
So nobody is in a wedding.
Akekho ke lapho cabanga ukuthi usemshadweni.
Tolu invite ukuthi amasiye emshadweni.
As if you were just invited to the wedding.
Am I right or am I right?
Ngiqinisile noma
I'm right, ne?
ngiqinisile ngithi
Ningakwati,
don't be so angry.
ningakwati. Sazoba mnandi.
It will be fun.
All right. I have a beautiful team
Nginethimba elihle
from Parliament,
elivela eParliament,
from the National Assembly House of Parliament.
elivela endlini kazwelonke yeParliament.
Now let me introduce them from my far right.
Make ngibethule ke ngiqale ngakwesokudla.
My far right is Honorable Weber. Honorable Weber is a member of the Portfolio Committee and a member of Parliament representing the DA.
Umhlonipheki uWeber uyilungu lekomiti aphinde abe yilungu leParliament futhi kule komiti umelela inhlangano yeDA.
Honorable Weber.
Greetings.
Next to Honorable Weber is Honorable Mtunu. Honorable Mtunu is a member of Parliament and a member of this committee representing the ANC.
Bese eceleni kwakhe kuba nomhlonipheki uMchunu naye futhi oyilungu leParliament aphinde abe yilungu laleli komiti umelela iANC.
Next to Honorable Mtunu is Honorable Dlamini. He's also a member of this committee and a member of Parliament representing the ANC.
Bese eceleni kwakhe kunomhlonipheki uDlamini naye futhi oyilungu leParliament aphinde abe yilungu lale komiti yena ke futhi umelela iANC.
Next to me is Honorable Gancho. Honorable Gancho is also a member of Parliament and a member of this committee from the Eastern Cape, the whip of the ANC in our committee.
umhlonipheki uGantshu naye futhi uyilungu leParliament aphinde futhi abe yilungu lale committee uvela Eastern Cape waphinde futhi abe usotswebhu kuyo.
Next to me is Honorable April.
Eceleni kwami umhlonipheki uApril.
Honorable April is not a member of this committee,
Umhlonipheki uApril akalona ilungu lale committee.
but Honorable April is in small businesses and tourism.
Kanti ke umnumzana uApril yena umhlonipheki uApril usebenza ngamabhizinisi asafufusa kanye nezokuvakasha.
But he is a member of parliament also representing the ANC.
Kanti futhi uyilungu leParliament umelela iANC.
Honorable April is also responsible for the parliamentary constituency office around Alexandra.
Kanti umhlonipheki uApril futhi uphinda bheke futhi ukusebenza nje uma kusebenza iParliament uma kuziwe ezindaweni ezifana nalezi.
Next to Honorable April is Honorable Mbata.
Eceleni kwamhlonipheki uApril kukhona umhlonipheki uMbatha.
Honorable Mbata is from Gauteng. She's a member of the committee and a member of parliament representing the ANC.
Umhlonipheki uMbatha naye uyilungu lale committee aphinda abe yilungu laseParliament ulapha emelela inhlangano yeANC.
Next to Honorable Mbata is Honorable Bryant.
Eceleni kwakhe kukhona umhlonipheki uBryant.
Honorable Bryant is a member of this committee and a member of parliament representing the Democratic Alliance.
Umhlonipheki uBryant naye futhi uyilungu lale committee aphinda abe yilungu laseParliament umelela inhlangano yeDemocratic Alliance.
Now, this is a team it's a multi-party delegation.
Ngakho niyalibona ukuthi leli ithimba elixube izinhlangano ezihlukahlukene.
It's also a multi-province delegation.
Liphinde futhi libe inhlangano libe ithimba elinabantu abavela ezifundazweni ezihlukahlukene.
Honorable Bryant is from the Western Cape.
Umhlonipheki uBryant uvela eNtshonalanga Kapa.
Honorable Mbata is from Gauteng.
Bese umhlonipheki uMbatha uvela khona lapha eGauteng.
Honorable April is from Gauteng.
Umhlonipheki uApril usuka khona eGauteng.
Honorable Ganjo is from the Eastern Cape.
Umhlonipheki uGantshu uvela Eastern Cape.
Honorable Dlamini is from Gauteng.
Umhlonipheki uDlamini uvela eGauteng.
Honorable Mchunu is from KwaZulu Natal.
Umhlonipheki uMchunu uvela kwaZulu Natal.
Honorable Weber is from Mpumalanga.
Bese umhlonipheki uWeber uvela eMpumalanga.
So all the provinces are here.
Zonke izifundazwe zikhona lapho.
We have the apology of Honorable Paulsen, who represents the EFF.
Nokuxolisa okuvela kumhlonipheki uPaulse omelela iEFF.
We have the apology of Honorable Holomisa, who represents the UDM.
Siphinde futhi sibe nokuxolisa okuvela kumhlonipheki uHolomisa omelela iDM.
We also have the apology of Honorable Winkler, who represents the DA.
Bese kuba ukuhlonipheka okuvela kumhlonipheki uWinkler naye omelela iDA.
And then you have me.
Bese ke kuba yimi ke.
Cela ningishayele izandla.
Please give me a applause of honor.
And then we have an apology. I've just been reminded we have an apology of Honorable Singh, who represents the IFP.
Kanti kukhona umunye futhi odlulisela ukuxolisa umhlonipheki uC yena ke omelela iIFP.
Then you have me.
Hayi ke bese kuba khona mina ke.
Ngathi anijabulile le ndaba. Now, everywhere we go, we want to feel welcomed by executive mayors.
Yonke indawo lapho siya khona siye sifune ukwamukelwa imeya ephakeme
Or maybe MECs.
noma kube MECs.
But if they are not there, we proceed.
Kodwa uma bengekho siyaqhubeka.
We welcome ourselves.
Siyazamukela thina.
Siyavumelana mos.
Are we all agreed?
We don't wait at the dinner table. We eat.
Asilindi thina uma sekufuneka kudliwe.
If they join us, they'll join us. Bazoyigibela kitchen.
Bawusifica ngendlela.
Are we agreed?
Siyavumelana.
Re tswele pele. We have agreed. Right. Now, without further waste of time, Unesandla? Angizwanga ma? No, I'm coming there. Yeah. Oh, nifuna ukwazi lo baba? Nifuna yena in particular? Oh, nithanda yena? All right. No, I was going to introduce them. Angithi I'm in a process. Nisuke nangijaha. But then that's fine. So we have, other than him, we have a contingent, a team of interpreters, sign language next to me, sound system, protection services, secretariat, and many others.
Ngaphandle nje kwakhe sinethimba lihlukahlukene, ithimba lotolika, sinethimba labantu abasebenza ngobuchwepheshe lapha enibabonayo, ithimba labantu abahumusha ulimi lwezandla njengoba nilibona lapha eceleni kwami, sinabantu abagade ukuvikeleka lapha, sinabanye abaningi esihamba nabo.
Now, if we were to introduce them one by one, we will waste time. I'm going to request the entire parliamentary staff, including the interpreters, to stand up and say hi.
Uma ngazama ukubethula bonke lingashona ilanga, ngizomane nje ngicele ukuba sukume banibingelele.
Ngiyababona ne? Bakhona nasemuva le baninga.
Somewhere at the back.
Right. Ni right manje. Or benifuna igama ne phone number. I can arrange that. If you want the phone numbers, I can arrange, you know. You will have to meet me just after this meeting, then I can give you the numbers. But then let's get to business for now.
Asibuyele ke esikwesize ngakho.
Let me invite Honorable Mbata
Mangibize umhlonipheke uMbatha
so that Honorable Mbata can give us an overview and tell us why we are here.
ukuze umhlonipheke uMbatha azosinika amazwibela ukuthi kungani silapha.
Singene endabeni manje. Singene endabeni manje.
Now we are going straight to what we are here for.
Honorable Mbata.
Thank you, Chair.
Siyabonga sihlalo.
Ngiyabingelela nonke enikhona la endlini ngiqale ngaye uChair oslidayo kule public hearing.
Greetings to all of you, and first of all I want to greet our chair who is the one taking the lead in our team.
Okwami is just to give you an overview of the climate change bill and the purpose of the public hearing.
Okwami nje ukuthi nginikeza amazwibela kafushane ukuthi kungani nalomthetho sivivinyo ukuguquka kwesimo sezulu nokuthi kungani kuba nalezi zimbizo zomphakathi.
Njengoba nazi la eSouth Africa kuma province kuma districts na kuma local municipality na kuma ward njengamanje nje already ba experience umthelela we climate change.
As you may all aware that in our provinces, in our districts, in our wards, we can see the effects of the climate change.
Where different parts of the country are affected in their unique way.
Lapho indawo eziningi ezweni lethu zithintwa yilamazinga amakhulu okushisa akhona.
Khona manje nje niyabona ukuthi ezinye izindawo zihlaselwa ukushisa kakhulu.
As we can see now, some of the places they are experiencing the heat waves.
Where uthola ukuthi kufa imfuyo kufe nokutshaliwe emasimini.
And find that also it affects our livestock as well as what we have planted.
Abantu ke bona ke lokhu kushisa kakhulu kugcina kubenzela heat stroke, abanye bayafa abanye ba survive.
And these heat waves, we can see it affects people negatively, and some they are being killed because of these heat waves.
Ngizothanda nje ukunika iexample ukuthi This year, kunama farmer, la kutholakale khona ukuthi leyo kushisa kakhulu kubulele abasebenzi, but abanye survive. Khona la South Africa.
For instance, one example, there are all farmers where these heat waves has killed people, those who are working in those farms, some survived.
Kwezinye indawo ke sithola ukuthi siba nemvula ikhukhula.
And in some areas, places, we experience some floods,
Sibe nama storms also.
as well as storms.
Landslides, umhlaba la uhamba khona.
And kube khona neindawo lapho kuguguleka khona umhlaba, what we called landslides.
Nalapho ke kusweleka abantu, kushona abantu, kushone kufe nemfuyo.
And even in that areas, we lost a number of people, lost lives as well as livestock.
Abantu abaningi basala bengana makhaya.
Some people lose their houses.
Nibonile kwezinye indawo kulimala ne-infrastructure la uthola ukuthi amabhuloho and other infrastructures ziyamosheka.
And also the infrastructure is not spared on these. Some of the blocks are removed because of that, as well as bridges.
Lokho ke ugcina ukuthi ke ama service delivery angabasaba khona ngesikhathi ngoba phela kusuke bangasakwazi ukuhamba kahle sekuyi disaster.
And that affects the delivery of services to those people because it's not now accessible to people who stays in that area.
Le bill le it's the first legal framework
Ngakho ke lo mthetho sivivinywa usewuhlaka lokuqala
to directly respond to climate change and its associated impacts in South Africa.
ohloselwe ukubhekana ngqo nokuguquguquka kwesimo sezulu kanye nemthelela okuba nawo eNingizimu Afrika.
South Africa is a signatory to Kyoto Protocol and Paris Agreement, and therefore the bill seeks to ensure we have framework and systems towards achievement of national emission reductions, targets that limit global warming to below 2 degrees Celsius to preferable 1.5 degrees Celsius.
Njengoba ke neNingizimu Afrika ibhekana nalesi simo sokuguquguquka kwesimo sezulu, ngakho lo mthetho sivivinyo uzosiza ke manje ukubheka ukuthi kungancishiswa kanjani ukonakaliswa komoya okungcolisa nemvelo ngokwawo. Ngakho lo mthetho sisekelo uzobubheka ukuthi kungancishiswa kanjani lokho ukuze abantu baphile kahle.
The overall purpose of the bill is to enable the development of an effective climate change responses
Inhloso eyinhloko noma injongo ya wonke nje lo mthetho sivivinyo ubheka ngqo impela ukusebenza nokuzama ukubheka ukonakala kwemvelo ngokwawo okubangelwa ukuguquguquka kwesimo sezulu.
and the long-term just transition to climate resilient and lower carbon economy in society.
Kanye nokubheka imphumela yengesikhathi esizayo lapho kuncishiswa khona lama carbon angaba ingozi emphakathini.
And to provide for connected matters.
Bese futhi unikeza izindlela ezingcono ezizokubhekana nalesi simo.
Our constitution recognizes that everyone has the right to a clean environment that is not harmful to their health and well-being.
Umthetho sisekelo wethu uthi wonke umuntu oyisakhamuzi saseNingizimu Afrika unelungelo lokuphila endaweni engabeki ukuphila kwakhe engozini kanye nabanye abantu.
And to have the environment protected for the benefit of present and future generation.
Futhi aphile endaweni evikelekile, kungavikelekwa nje kuphela isizukulwane samanje sikhona, kodwa nokuvikela isizukulwane sesikhathi esizayo.
Fanele nikwazi ukuthi niyakwazi influencer in nature.
You must know that by what you are doing, you can also affect what happens to the nature.
You possess power and we are strong to do that.
Ninemandla futhi ninegunya lalokho nani eningakwenza okusemandleni enu.
Le government yabantu,
This is government for people.
by the people.
Buswa ngabantu.
Nothing ezoyenzeka ngaphandle kwabantu.
Nothing can happen without involving people.
These changes affecting nature are created by us.
Lezi
And-
lezi zinguquko ezithinta imvelo zibangwa yithina abantu.
And it's us who have united power to change them.
Futhi kusezandleni zethu njengabantu ukwenza ushintsho sindawonye.
Kufanele sibambisane, kufuneka wonke umuntu ukuthi sibambisane.
We must work together
And sitshelane ukuthi kufuneka senzeni and siyenze njani.
and we also need to share the information as to how we can face this situation and what we have to do.
Amandla asezandleni zethu ukuthi sikwazi ukuchange lolu hlelo elihlasele kangaka le climate change.
The power is in our hands to change what is happening now that regarding the climate change.
The state has to ensure reasonable legislative and other measures.
Umbuso wona kufanele nje uqiniseke ukuthi kuba khona imithetho ebekiwe eshayiwe ukuze kubhekwane nalesimo.
That secure ecologically sustainable development and the use of natural resources.
Ukuvikela nokubheka ukusetshenziswa kwezinto ezithinta imvelo, umoya nokubheka ukuthi zonke lezi zinto zemvelo zisetshenziswa kanjani.
While promoting economic and social development.
Kodwa lithe kwenza lokho ngesikhathi esifanayo ibithuthukisa inhlalo kanye nezomnotho.
Parliament Portfolio Committee of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment present the climate change bill to the community guided by the following public participation principles.
Le komiti yebhekelela ezolimo ukudoba nezemvelo yethula lo mthetho sivivinyo emphakathini njengakithi ibhekelela izinto ezithile.
Promotes active and representative participation towards enabling all community members to meaningfully influence the decisions that affect their lives.
Eyokuqala ukuthi igqugquzele imphakathi ukuba ize izobeka uvo lwayo kulokho kuzobe xoxwa ngakho ukuze kugcineni kufinyelelwe ezinqumweni ezikahle.
Okwesibili, it engages community members in learning and understanding community issues.
Ibeke seyibandakanya imphakathi ngokuthi ifunde futhi iqonde ngalokho kwenzeka emphakathini.
And the economic, social, environmental, political, psychological, and other associated causes of action.
Izinto kufanele zenziwe ezithinta ezomnotho, ezokuthinta ezenhlalo, ezithinta ezombusazwe nezinye izinto okufanele zenzeke ezithinta umphakathi.
Incorporates the diverse interests and cultures of the community in the development process.
Ngesikhathi yenza lokho ithuthukisa bese ibandakanya noma ifaka izinhlobonhlobo ezihlukene zendlela yokwenza noma amasiko abantu abahlukahlukene emphakathini.
And this engages from the support of any effort that is likely to adversely affect the disadvantaged members of a community.
Ngesikhathi yenze njalo isikibandakanya ifuna ukubheka ukuthi abekho abantu abashiyelwa ngaphandle ngisho nabantu ngaphambili ababeswele bengenakho nabo bafakwe.
Actively enhances the leadership capacity of community members.
Iphinde futhi ithuthukise ubuholi balabo bantu abakhona emphakathini ibenze ukuthi buye phambili.
Leaders and groups within the communities.
Laba kungaba abaholi noma amaqembu akhona emphakathini.
And utilizes a community's diversity to deepen shared understanding and produce outcomes of long-term benefit to the whole community or society.
Isebenzisa lokhu kuhlukahluka okukhona emphakathini ngenjongo yokufinyelela imigomo emide ngesikhathi esizayo kodwa kwenziwa kubanjiswene.
We are inviting your input as we are in the process of drafting the bill to suit the needs of our communities.
Ngakho njengamanje sisesigabeni lapho sizothatha lo mthethosivivinyo siwuse phambili kodwa ngaphambi kokuba sikwenze lokho sicela uvo lwenu nembono yenu nifake kulo mthethosivivinyo.
The drafting of the bill to suit the needs of our communities
Ukuze ukubhalwa kwalo mthethosivivinyo kwanelise izidingo zemphakathi yethu.
Parliament as a lawmaker is obliged to consult and seek your views, the people, on it.
Iparlamente njengomshayi oshaya umthetho libophekile ukuthi linbize bese lilalela uvo lwenu uma nikhuluma bese likusebenzisa lokho.
This is the government of the people, by the people, for the people.
Lona uhulumeni wabantu olawulwa abantu futhi osebenzela abantu.
The bill has 6 chapters that will be unpacked by the technocrats. Thank you.
Lo mthethosivivinyo unezigaba ezingu-6 okuzothi njengoba kuqhubeka ziqhubeke zichazwa. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mbata.
Siyabonga kakhulu mhlonipheka uMbatha.
You want to be relieved?
That will be my pleasure.
They are gossiping there, they are not watching you.
Bantse ba ipuela fela empa ha ba sheba se etsahalang ka pele.
O bua puo e feng yana wena ntate?
Sesotho.
O bua Sesotho? All right. A re batle Basotho.
We don't want Basotho here.
Re batla Mthakolo wa Mzulu.
We want that guy who speaks isiZulu.
Nimzwile Honorable Mbata ngithi?
Le motlwile ke re mohlomphehi Mbatha.
Oh, wasutla le sona siZulu. Wasutla?
Yes.
Oh, hayi. Phela ngika ka ntate wa interpreta ntho tse wrong. Ntest, e re nkasi.
I'd rather not share.
O batla bona?
No, I'd rather not.
All right. Thabang. O sharp.
Thabang, are you okay?
Why do you stand up? I'm asking if you are fine when you are standing up. Why? Please take the stage, Thabang.
Ne re kopa Thabang a tle ka mo pele.
Thank you. Chairperson, Honorable Ntibi Modise, Honorable Weber,
Modulasetulo Modise, mmoho le bahlomphehi ba bang.
Honorable Weber,
Mohlomphehi Weber,
Honorable Mkhunu,
mohlomphehi Mkhunu,
Honorable Dlamini,
mohlomphehi Dlamini,
Honorable Ganzo,
mohlomphehi Kanzo,
Honorable April,
mohlomphehi April,
Honorable Mbata,
mohlomphehi Mbatha,
and Honorable Bryant.
le yena mohlomphehi Bryant.
Staff members of Parliament,
Basebetsi mmoho le nna ba Palamente,
my colleagues from the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment,
ha mmoho le basebetsi mmoho le nna ho tswa ho Lefapha la Meru le la Ditlhapi ha mmoho le tikoloho,
colleagues from the province, Gauteng,
basebetsi mmoho le nna ho tswa provinceng ya Gauteng,
setjhaba sa Alexandra kampo community ya Alexandra ka kakaretso.
the community of Alexandra at large.
I must confess, Chairperson, that I was lost this morning.
Ke tla tlameha ho bolella sena modulasetulo hore ei hoseng a kajeno ne ke lahlehile.
I kept looking for Alexandra and I couldn't find it.
Ne ntse ke batlana le motse ona wa Alexandra mme ke sa o fumane.
Ka hore nna ke itse le township. Township.
Oh, I know that it's a township.
Ba bang ba re ke Mmampiane,
Or other person they said it's Mampiane
a ntse ke hola.
when I was still growing up.
I'm sure I bona John Brandt. Ha o re fela ka John Brandt or mo for John Brandt Street.
Or as you can see here in the extension 4, there's John Brand Street.
Ha o re fela ka 4th Avenue.
When you go on 5th Avenue,
Ha o le mo fela mo Makoti fela or hona le mo Vivienne ke mo hae mo.
at the end there's Vivian's place there. That's where, that's my home.
So ke ngwana wa mo chairperson.
So Chairperson, actually I belong here.
Now, what is this climate change that brings us here?
Ke eng e pheto ena ya tsa tikoloho e re tlisitseng mona kajeno?
It refers to the long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns.
Hantlentle e bolela ka dipheto tse bang teng ho tsa temperature tsa nako e telele.
And these are mainly caused by human-induced activities.
Hantlentle tsena kaofela di tliswa ke seo batho ba se etsang ka kakaretso.
Especially the burning of fossil fuels.
Haholoholo ho tjhesa ha dintho, ho tjheswa ha dintho.
These include oil, coal, and gas.
Tsena di akaretsa oil, mashala, ha mmoho le kgase.
Now, these fossil fuels produce gases that trap heat in the atmosphere.
Now dintho tsena kaofela di etsa hore hona le kgase e leng hore e ema le sepakapakeng.
I know most of us know carbon dioxide, but there are other gases as well.
Ke a tseba hore bongata ba rona re tlwaelane le carbon dioxide, empa hona le hape di kgase tse ding tse amehang.
Methane,
Hona le e bitswang methane,
and other carbons and nitrous oxide.
mme hape le di-carbon tse ding ha mmoho le di-nitrox le di-oxide.
Now, for an example,
Ka mohlala fela,
colleagues of mine, babang babaling ting, the colleagues of mine that are here,
basebetsi mmoho le nna bomphato ba ka ba leng teng mona,
they are working on a program together with the Department of Human Settlements.
ba sebetsa mmoho le lefapha la tsa bodulo.
What they are doing is the priority human settlement development areas.
Hantlentle se ba se etsang ke ho behela pele dibaka tse tse leng hore di hloka bodulo.
Now, before, where you could just go and build wherever you wanted to build,
Empa pele ne ho ka ahiwa hona dibakeng tseo tse hlokang bodulo,
you require risk and vulnerability assessments.
o lokela hore o bane le lethathamo la dintho tse leng hore ho lokela ho shejwa.
Now, this is work that is going into climate proofing human settlements.
Now sena se hloka hore ho shapele stempe ke ba lefapha lena la human settlement.
That from the outset, you are already considering, before you are building, what are the risks in the area so that you can climate proof your settlements.
E le hore fela ha o shejwa fela hore di sa tloha fela na hore sebaka sena ho ka kgona ho ahiwa ho sona kapa ho dula ho sona pele ho tlo ahiwa.
Tse ding tsa di project tse e le horeng re berekana le tsona.
Some of the projects that they had,
Kore ke ya gore before re tloha mo ebe climate change e we utlwisisa pila.
we want to make sure that when we refer to climate change, when you leave this place, you understand exactly what we refer to when we refer to climate change.
Ko hae ke le hae le leng la ka ko honorable Mchunu a tswang ko teng KwaZulu-Natal.
Another place that I hail from, it's where Honorable Mkobu comes from, which is KwaZulu-Natal.
Umzinyathi district municipality hona le Msinga, hona le Nquthu, hona le Umvoti, hona
There's a
le
district
Endumeni
called-
local municipalities.
There's a district called
Umzinyathi.
Umzinyati where it has Ngotu and other areas as mentioned.
Now more, batho bao ba sokola ka what they call umbani, lightning.
Light or lightning?
Lightning.
Oh, the people that lives there, actually they have a problem of lightning.
Floods as well.
Ha mmoho le dihohola.
And those has resulted in fatalities.
Mme ka lebaka la dintho tsena kaofela, batho ba ka maswabi, batho ba bangata ba ile ba
Now there
hlokahala.
are interventions that together with the community, province and local government that we put in together for that particular locality.
Ka hona ho na le maano a entsweng ke province, mmuso wa selehae bakeng sa ho thusa boemo bona bo.
So that communities can respond better to climate change.
E le hore mphakathi le hona o ka itshwarela kapa wa tseba hore ha pheto ya temperature e etsahala o lokela ho sebetsana le maemo a jwang.
Now, what does this bill mean in relation to climate change?
Now bili ena e bolela eng ha mabapi le pheto ena ya climate?
It enables us to justly transition to a low carbon and a climate resilient economy and society.
E re thusa hore re fokotse carbon e leng teng hara batho.
And also enables us to respond much more effectively to the negative effects of climate change.
Mme hape e re thusa le hore re kgone ho arabela kapa re kgone ho sebetsana le pheto ena ya climate.
Now, this means that it provides for a coordinated and a much more effective effects than climate change.
Sena se bolela hore re tlo kgona ho e tlo bana le tshebedisano mmoho mabapi le ho sebetsana le climate change ena.
Now, these pockets of work or interventions that have been done by our colleagues from district, by our colleagues from province, and us at national level means that they are now coordinated.
Ka hona se bolelwang hantlentle ke hore leano lena le sebetsa batho ba tswang go pusong tsa selehae tsa di province ha mmoho le tsa setjhaba.
Therefore, the bill is an attempt to create this well-oiled machine. The bill brings an effort or provides for an effort for a well-oiled machine.
Ho ka hona bili ena e batla hore ho bane le tshebedisano mmoho e sebetsang hantlentle.
We also want to contribute to stabilizing the greenhouse gases in the atmosphere.
Hape re batla etsa bonnete ba hore re fokotsa carbon e re bonang sepakapakeng kapa e bang teng sepakapakeng.
Now, Honorable Mbata mentions that we are a signatory to the Kyoto Protocol and also to the Paris Agreement.
Mohlompheng Mbaka o ile a tjho hore re wela tlasa Kyoto Protocol ha mmoho le tumellano ya Paris.
Which means we have international commitments and obligations.
Ka mantswe a mang re na le tumellano, re tlangwa ke tumellano e tswang tlasa matjhaba-tjhaba.
Therefore, this bill also helps the Republic to effect those commitments.
Ka hona bili ena e thusa hore setjhaba le sona se kenye letsoho hore bili ena e sebetse.
Now I know, or you've read the bill, you've looked at it, you know where the comma is missing, you know where the full stop is missing.
Ke a tseba hore we badile wa ba badisisa bili ena wa tseba hore fehelwana e eme kae khutlo e eme kae.
Therefore, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the contents of the bill.
Ka hona nkeke ka fetsa nako e ngata ke ntse ke bua ka dikahare tsa bili ena.
The bill consists of 6 chapters,
Bili ina le dikarolo tse ka bang kapa di chapter tse ka
and
bang
then
6.
it ends with 5 schedules.
Me ina le di schedule tse ka bang 5 tse ketellang.
The first chapter is around interpretation, objects and applications.
Chapter ya pele ke mabapi le ho hladi ditlhaloso ha mmoho le hore e bolela e bua ka eng bili
I'm
ena.
not going to spend time on this. This is just setting the scene and talking to definitions and then conflicts.
Hampe sena a ke ka senya nako sona bane se fela se re fa ditlhaloso hampe hape le hore ha ba o hla diphisano ke eng se lokelang se etswa.
Chapter 2 is around policy alignment and institutional arrangements.
Karolo ya bobedi ke e buang ka ditheo ha mmoho le di policy kapa melawana.
This one talks to how intergovernmental structures should be amended to incorporate climate change in their mandates.
Sena se bontsha hore di tshebedisano mmoho kapa di karolo mmoho tsa puso di lokela ho sebetsana jwang le tshebedisano ena ya phetoho ya climate.
Ultimately reporting to the President's Coordinating Council.
Ko le hore di theo tsena kapa tsa mmuso qetellong di karabella ho ba boholo.
So we're using a bottom-up approach.
So ka mantswe a mang re tloa fatshe re ya hodimo ho ba ikarabellang.
Chapter 3 is around climate change response, and this speaks to province and municipalities.
Chapter 3 ke mabapi le hore di province ha mmoho le di masepala haeba ho tla tabeng ena ya phetoho yona di ameha ka tsela efeng.
And this one speaks to how provinces and municipalities will respond to climate change. This means the work that has been done around the local government climate change support and the sector programs will now be seen to effect.
Sena, and then karolo ya boraro ke mabapi le diprovince le tse puso tsa lehae. Se bolelang fela ke hore na bona nakong ena ya pheto ena ya bili ke karolo e feng e ba e etsang, mme dipuso tsa selehae tsona di sebetsana le sena ka tsela e feng.
Chapter 4 is the national adaptation to impacts of climate change.
Chapter 4.
Is the national adaptation to the impacts of climate change.
Karolo ya bone yona ke e buang ka hore naha ka kakaretso yona e fetoha jwang kapa e kenya maano a ho fetoha ka tsela e feng.
Now this speaks to the overarching framework, which is our national climate change adaptation strategy.
Sena hantlentle se bua ka leano le pharaletseng kapa leano le leholo mabapi le leano lena la ho fetoha ha
This is the
climate.
objectives, the interventions, and the actions that we need to do as a country.
So e batla ho fana ka mehato hore jwale ka setjhaba ke sefe se re lokelang ho se etsa.
Chapter 5 speaks to greenhouse emissions and removals.
Chapter 5 e bua ka ho tlosa ha di-carbon tsena tse re buileng ka tsona tse sepakapakeng kapa di-greenhouse emissions.
Now this one speaks to two things. One, it speaks to the line sector departments, provinces, and local governments on their emissions.
Now, karolo ena le dikarolo tse pedi. Ya pele e bua ka makala a teng a diprovince ha mmoho le tsa selehae hore bona karolo ke ya bona ke efeng ya ho tlosa di-carbon tsena tse mabapi le di-carbon tsena tse re buileng ka tsona tse sepakapakeng.
The second part is around carbon budgets. Now this one is for the big emitters, that their emission is limit budget.
Chapter karolo ena ya bobedi re buileng ka yona now ena e ho haholo bakeng sa ho ntsha carbon ena, mme e fana ka meedi ya hore ba lokela ho ntsha carbon e ka kang kapa ho sebetsana le carbon e ka.
Agere wa bona mos le ka mo jarateng he le na le budget. He o ifitile budget hore o skepsele o motho wa modimo o share.
As you know that in our household we normally have our budgets, and once you have your budget, it's shame on you.
Or he shumsha fela kwa once zaga fela hore ya hayo robala. Ai sharp sky toloka sharp. Chapter 6, it's on general matters and transitional arrangements.
Karolo ya bo 60 ke bueng ka tshebediso tsa kakaretso.
Now, this one speaks to regulations, penalties, offenses, and how you can appeal those penalties.
Karolo ena e bua ka hore haeba o tlotse melao ena, e bua ka di-policy ha mmoho le hore ho tlo etsahala eng haeba o tlola melao ena.
And then the bill ends with schedules 1 to 5, and this one talks to the functions relevant to the development of the sectoral emission targets and also the relevant departments responsible for certain functions.
So karolo ena schedule ena e be bili felela ka di-schedule tsena tse hlano tse re bileng ka tsona, e leng hore karolo ya pele e bua ka hore ke mafapha a feng a ikarabellang mabapi le tshebetso ena.
To conclude, what does this mean as the community?
Ho qetella sena se bolela eng ho wena kapa ho lona jwale ka setjhaba?
If you support this bill, it means climate change response in the country is no longer a by the way matter for local government. It is now a mandate.
Haeba o dumellana le bili ena, sena se bolella hore taba ya phetoho ya climate e se le taba e ka sehlohlolong kapa ke taba ya bohlokwahadi.
So what we've been hearing from local municipalities, from district municipalities, that climate change is an unfunded mandate.
What do you have?
What we have been hearing from local government, that climate change is an unfunded mandate, will begin to change.
So ka mantswe a se re hlola re utlwa ho tswa di-districting tsa rona le mmusong wa rona wa sehaya hore ha o tluwa tabeng ya climate change ke ntho e leng hore ha e tshehetswe.
If you support the bill, it means there's efforts from the different institutions, be it the PCC, Department of Agriculture, the province, that they are now coordinated and streamlined, so for an effective response.
Haeba o dumelana le bili ena, sena se tla bolela hore mafapha a kang bo PCC le ditlhapi a mmoho le tikoloho ha mmoho le mafapha a mang a tlo kgona ho kenya letsoho bakeng sa hore ho fetohe climate ya rona.
It means that climate change impacts and related challenges that are experienced on the ground can now find attention through the necessary acts on the district intergovernmental forums and the existing premier intergovernmental forums.
Sena se tla bolela hore taba ena ya phetoho ya climate e tla fumana tshehetso kapa e tla beiwa leihlo le ntjhotjho ke di-sectora kapa makala a mang hammoho le di-district tse ding e leng ntho e tla beng e beilwe sehlohlolong hobane e tla be e sebetswa.
It means you feel the impacts on the ground and we start on the ground through the intergovernmental structures all the way up.
Ka mantswe a mang, jwale ka ha le ikutlwela lona ka bolona le angwa ke taba ena, sena se bolela hore taba ena e tla iswa hodimo, e nne iswe hodimo fihla iswa e fumana ba eleng hore ba tla sebetsana le yona.
It means MECs responsible for the environment and mayors of districts and metros are also empowered by certain clauses to respond to climate change.
Sena se tla bolela hore batho ba kang di-MEC bo majoro ba tla fuwa matla a itseng bakeng sa hore ba kgone ho sebetsana le phetoho ena ya climate.
Now, the minister also will be empowered to make certain decisions, particularly on the sectoral emission targets as well as carbon budgets.
Sena hape se tla boela se bolele hore letona la tsa meru ditlhapi hammoho le tikoloho le sona le tla be se fuwe matla a hore a ka etsa melao e itseng e amanang le taba ena ya climate haholoholo tabeng tsa makala a itseng.
We know that although work has been carried out and we continue to carry work out, what this means now is that climate change has now found a seat at the table, and this paves a better way and effective for a more coordinated response.
Sena se tla be se boetse hape se tla be se bolela hore taba ena ya climate yo fetoha ha climate le yona e tla be sentse e beilwe ka pele e le ntho e tla sebetswa mme sena se tla etsa hore re bane le tsela e beterenyana ha nako ntse e tsamaya.
Chairperson, I thank you.
Modulasetulo ke rata ho leboha.
Limutlwile.
Did you hear him?
Limutlwile. Ke batla check hore ntate no tolo ka motse ba sekgowa.
Did you hear him? I just want to check if the interpreter knows his job.
No, I'm not saying that. You see? You have started now. I'm not saying I want to check if you know your job. I'm saying I want to check if you know English.
Oh. Re batla ho sheba hore na ntate o tola ka ngotse ba sekgowa na.
Ube le vavavum.
You must have vavavum.
Ube le vavavum. O bon o kreye. O bon. O ka tloha wa tsamaya ke Alex mona ntate.
You might find that because this is Alex, you may find a lady here if you have a vavavum.
All right. We have spoken.
Re buile.
It is now your opportunity to speak.
Na jwale se le monyetla wa lona hore le bue.
But before we do that, I want to invite Honorable Dlamini to tell us how we are going to do it.
Pele re ka etsa seo re tla bua le re tla bitsa mohlomphehi Dlamini a re hlalosetse hore sena re tlo se etsa ka tsela efeng.
Now, Honorable Dlamini is contesting me. Honorable Dlamini is contesting me.
Honorable Dlamini yana o hlodisana le nna.
I think I must give him the platform. He must mess up first, then I'll come later.
Ke nahana hore ke mo fe nako ya hore yena a senya ke tla tla ke mona morago.
But Honorable Dlamini, how do we proceed from here?
Pele.
Sanbonani,
Good morning.
Abshe. That is where we contest.
Li tlo bona he ka hlolo ke mo re hlodisanang teng.
What I used to do, I used to wear my black beautiful spectacles.
Se ke ne ke se tlhola ke se dira ka hore ne ke tlhola ke apara di-braille tsa ka tse dintle.
When I wear these black spectacles, I wear them on my black beautiful face.
Ke di apara mo sefatlhegong sa ka se se ntsho se sentle.
So he is contesting that I'm black and beautiful.
Yena ge o tlhodisana le nna ka seo ka gore ko montsho ebile ko montle.
I think all of you know now.
Ke nagana gore le lona la iponela.
Honorable Mbata said, the future is in our hands.
Motlhomphegi Mbata o buile ka gore isago e mo matsogong a rona.
What we are going to do now,
Se re tlo go se dirang gone yaanong
when we start to speak or you want to speak,
Ga o batla go bua kgotsa o simolola go bua,
Raise your hand like this,
re kopa gore o emise letsogo la gago ka mokgwa o,
not like this.
e seng o sa le emisetsa ko tlase
Because
ya.
if you raise it like this, probably you are not sure
Gobane ga o le emisetsa ko tlase, motlhomong wena ga o na bonnete,
if you want to speak.
ga o na bonnete ba gore o batla go bua.
After you have raised your hand like this,
Ga setse ka morago ga gore o emise letsogo la gago le emiseditse kwa godimo
the
yana,
chairperson will recognize you.
re modulasetulo yena o tla go supa,
Then you will stand up and come and sit in these middle chairs.
ga a fetsa go supa o tla emella o tla go dula mo ditulong tse re di beileng mo gare,
Because we love you,
gobane ra le rata.
we'll give each person 5 minutes to speak.
Re tlo go fa motho o monotshi metsotso e metlhano,
We are counting those 5 minutes.
re bala metsotso eo e metlhano.
But the easiest way to know that we have expired your 5 minutes
Go na le mokgwa o re tlo go dirisang gore o itse gore nako ya gago metsotso e metlhano setse e fedile.
the chairperson will stand up,
Modulasetulo o tla ema,
smiling
a eme a smile,
or not smiling,
kgotsa le a kgetha gore a sa smile.
but you must sit down after your 5 minutes.
E fela ga setse a emeletse re kopa gore o dule mo fatshe o itse gore metsotso ya gago e metlhano e fedile.
All participants will be able to speak with their own language that you understand best.
Botlhe ba batlang go nka karolo le kana la bua ka puo engwe le engwe e le naganang gore ke yona e le utlwisisang thata.
And all of you are going to participate.
Lo lotlhe ge re emetse gore le nke karolo.
If you have not spoken,
Ga o senke o bue,
we'll give you a form
re tlo go neya formo
that you write down your own, the submission.
mo e leng gore o tla kgona gore o ngole mo teng ditletlebo tsa gago, ditshwaelo tsa lona,
Use your own language
o dirisa puo e o e ratang.
just to tell us about this bill.
O re blella ka wona molao kakanywa o molaotlhomo o re buang ka wona gompieno.
In order to make sure that all of you that you are going to point will speak,
Gore re netefatse gore ka moka re tlo go kry-a tšhono ya go bua.
the chairperson will start from the right-hand side.
Modulasetulo o tla simolola ka mo letsogong la moja.
Allow 10 members of the public
Yaanong o tlo go kopa maloko a lesome, maloko a setšhaba
who have raised their hands
ba emisitseng matsogo a bone.
to occupy the middle seats.
Re tlo go ba kopa gore ba tle ba tlo go dula mo ditulong tse mo gare.
After that, when we see there are others who still want to speak,
Ka morago ga moo ga e le gore go ntse go na le ba bangwe ba e leng gore ba batla go bua,
we'll go to the left-hand side.
re tlo go ya ka mo letsogong la molema.
That is where hearts met.
Ke mo dipelo re itseng gore di mo
Then
teng.
I will be able to speak.
Ke mo e leng gore le re bona re tlo ba fa tšhono ya gore ba bue.
But before you speak,
E fela pele le bolela,
tell us who you are.
re kopa gore o re botse leina la gago gore o mang.
I will say, my name is Everlasting Dotayami.
Ke tla bua lebitso la ka yaka a le buile.
I agree with the bill or I disagree with the bill.
Re kopa gore o bue gore wa dumellana le molaotlhomo o kgotsa ga o dumellane le ona molaotlhomo.
Then now you start to speak to tell us.
Morago ga moo o etsa go ikitsise le go bua gore wa dumellana kgotsa o dumellane o kana wa tswela pele wa
If you
bua.
have not finished,
Ga ile gore ga senko o fetse,
feel free to write down everything that you have not said it.
o lokologe gore o ngwale dilo tsotlhe tse e leng gore ga wa kry-a tšhono ya go di bolela.
Then you give that form to Mama at the corner there.
Foromo eo ga o fetsa go e tlatsa ka ditletlebo tseo le ditshwaelo tsa
She's
gago o
the
tla e
only
fa
one
mme
who's
mo.
beautiful than all of us here.
Ke ena o montle thata gore eta kaofela mo.
Because she gave us the forms that we must write.
Gobane o tla ba a re file difomo tse e leng gore re tshwanetse re kwale mo go tsone.
We assure you,
Ra le netefatsa
whatever you'll say
gore se seng le se seng se le tlo go se bolelang,
will never be taken for granted.
ga se ntho e leng gore re tlo go e tseya-tseya.
Take it as it is.
Re tlo go e nka ka mokgwa o e leng ka teng.
Then with all what Mama Mbata have said to you,
Tsotlhe tseo motlhomphegi Mbatha a di boletseng mo go lona,
we'll make sure that now we write it down and come back to you later.
Re tlo go netefatsa gore re tlo go dula mo fatshe re di ngole re tlo go tla mo go lona morago ga foo.
Please feel free to participate. We need you.
Re a kopa tswetswe gore le nkeng karolo ra le tlhoka.
I thank you as one of the beautiful and handsome person around now.
Ke a le leboga ya ka ntate o montle thata go gaisa ka mogare ga holo e ya rona e.
Right. Now it's my turn.
Ke tšhono ya ka yaanong.
You know, Honorable Dlamini is very predictable. I knew he was going to mess up.
Ke tsitse gore go o tlo go senya mo go kgomo.
But I'll forgive him.
E fela ka mo inela matsogo metsing.
You be the judge.
Lona ke lona le gore le tla atlhola.
Wa mosheba, wancheba, wa mosheba hape, wancheba, wa bona lo wena.
You look at him and you also look at me and you make up your mind.
It's clear.
Go a bonagala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dlamini.
Ke re leboga go menagane motlhompegi Dlamini.
Honorable Dlamini advises that we must start on the right.
Motlhompegi Dlamini yena o re eleditse gore re simolle ka letsogo la moja.
May I see the hands from the right?
Ne ke kopa gore re emise matsogo ka mo letsogong le la moja.
Mme, you'll be the first, followed by you, Ntate. You'll be the second. Ntate, you'll be the third. Morena, you'll be the fourth. Next to him, the fifth. Aru nota kupa utle ka mo ne, or ska nota. Kimme, kanto white, yeah, when. Liwe Ntate ka morai. Liwe Ntate ki bon le zola, kwen. Ntate ka caps. Yeah. Okay. Brur, mokone. Me. How many more? How many more do we need? It's full now. Okay. Retla shapa mtangal. Lot cover mus. Lot cover mtangal. Limoja katabio. Nzikir mo Alex li. Kantia. Ikari li. Liso. Liminati. Hola. Zwagala ne. Hola. Lil naka yiga zwagala ne. Limo TV, you must smile. Okay, let's proceed.
Oh, ngiyabonga. Okhulumayo lana uThandi Xaba.
I'd
Vela
like to thank-
eSoweto.
Aba.
Ward
I'm from
33.
Soweto in Ward 33,
As a community worker.
njengesisebenzi somphakathi.
Yes, I agree with indaba ye climate change mayisukunyelwe.
I do agree that the matter of climate change should be taken seriously.
Yes, and one other thing, if you see Luisa, we are not judging sinenkinga yama shelter around anywhere.
Because
Nalana
when we,
swirich corner, yes, abantu they just put themselves.
because when we want to fight it, it's because we are concerned about the filthiness of sewer and a lot of people dumping everywhere.
Ama developers mawaza azokwakha, they just come with ama truck, ningas with the truck ipumapi, at night they just dump in an open area. Early in the morning, nitola ini dumpi, you can see that the rubble came with a big truck.
And the developers, you find them sometimes when they work, they just come at night to dump their rubble. And in the next morning, when you wake up, you just find rubble everywhere.
And also, so a problem eba serious around our houses. There are people who are selling diesel.
And another problem is that around our houses, we find people who are selling diesel.
And that is not safe. You'll find the strat, it says tole oil,
and we don't know what is going to happen at the end of the day.
Futhi lokho akuphephile futhi uyayuthole emgwaqeni sekugcwele iwoyela ungazi ukuthi kuzokwenzakalani ekupheleni kosuku.
And siyacela uJMPD uyawabona ama-panel beaters. The Soweto is surrounded ama-panel beaters. Maguna imvula, amanzi ayaslida aziyela anywhere. Konke nalapho futhi asibona kungekho safe.
Although the JMPD do see all these panel beaters, we are troubled because of that. They not doing anything. When it's raining, you just find water going all over.
Sicele also ukuthi ama-bill amixwe naseyikolweni kubantwana bethu. Like iyenziwe as a challenge. Ukuthi ama-student akahlale wona self-explainelwe. Athole ama-certificate, banikwe i-feedback because they are the future.
We also,
Bazi everything about izinto ezenzekalayo nama-bills ukuthi enziwa kanjani. This one is ukuze bakwazi nabo ukuthi bazigadele ama-area wabo.
we want also this bill to be taken to the schools so that you can involve the student so that they could be part of this. Maybe you could give them even awards so that they have a part in this because they are the future of our country.
Also, ama-area wethu sibona ukuthi siba nama-rangers abagada i-dumping. Thank you.
If we can also have the rangers that would guard where people are dumping.
Thank you.
Ngiyabonga.
Good day, everyone.
Ngithanda ukubingelela wonke umuntu.
Thank you for being given this opportunity.
Ngiyabonga ngethuba enginikwe lona.
Anyane fela ntate.
Kancane nje baba.
Ke kopa o nkwalle monyako o ba kopa hore because this thing is on record. Now ya reflect le batile le sira camera e.
Ngicela nivale isicapha lapho ngoba siyaqopha lapha futhi uqopha kwethu kuyaphazamiseka ngenxa yokuthi isicapha sivuliwe.
Iskapa is what language? Is Zulu. Kubeka ba.
Ngiyabonga. My name is Metropolit Modise. I'm from Deep Sloot, from Bontleke Tlhago Cooperative.
Ngivela lapha ku Buntle Cooperative.
Metropolit Modise.
Bennett igama lami.
Tina, we run a buyback center and we also do our cleanups.
We are running a hybrid center and we also do the cleanups.
So I am for the bill that is actually being formulated.
Ngiyawusekela lo mthetho osavivinywa.
One of my issues was on illegal dumping, which the first speaker has mentioned.
Okungikhathaza kakhulu ilokho oye wakhuluma ekuqaleni akushilo.
Illegal dumping, as she said, in Deep Sloot is the same type situation where you have people from suburban areas using Deep Sloot as a landfill where they come and dump their rubbles.
Inkinga esinayo ukulahlwa kododi yonke indawo abantu abahlala endaweni zasemadolobheni beza bezolahla udodi endaweni yethu yasemalokishini.
And in most instances you'll find there's a board written 2,000 fine, but there's nobody actually regulating that as such. So we don't actually know who's policing the dumping or who's actually responsible for those boards and is actually putting them up.
Kuyaye kube nebhodi elibhaliwe lapha endaweni abantu abaye balahle kulo ukuthi akufanele ulahle lapho. Kodwa inkinga esinayo ukuthi ubani empeleni oyajezise labantu abalahla lapho ngendlela engekho emthethweni.
And my other point is with packaging. Basically it's packaging.
Enye inkinga yami izinto ezifakwayo.
With regards to packaging, most packaging, especially for takeaways, it's non-recyclable.
Njengezinto enjengama takeaway akuzona izinto ezingakwazi ukuthi iphinde isetshenziswe futhi.
Yeah, so you'll find most of the PET that's used for food packaging or the polyprop, it's end up just degrading somewhere. You can't actually take it anywhere because there's no actual buyer.
Inking ibe ukuthi lezi zinto ngoba azikwazi ukuthi isebenziseke futhi akukho la ungayithatha khona noma iqoqwe ukuthi uyoyidayisa khona.
And my other issue with packaging is that there's levies paid for packaging that don't actually go to the actual collector of the waste because the guys that are actually collecting waste are the reclaimers, abacherezi on the ground. But the levies that comes for packaging companies don't actually get to the ground level where the guys are actually collecting.
Enye inkinga ibe ukuthi lamaphakethe angakwazi ukuthi asetshenziswe futhi labantu abaqoqa udode sibabiza ngokuthi omahereza ayikho indlela ukuthi bangaqoqa ukuze bamukise kulabantu ukuze bakuthenge lokho.
And I also mean ukuthi there's money that's been paid from packaging companies for material that's recyclable, for recovering the material. But the people that are actually recovering the material are not getting access to that type of money. We're talking about abacherezi don't get access to levy grants.
Lezi inkampani eziyaye zithathe lamaphakethe zona ziyakhokhelwa kodwa inkinga ukuthi laba bantu ababizwa ngokuthi abaherezi noma abayisebenzela beqoqa udodi ayikho inzuzo abayitholayo bona.
And my last point would be on schedules, on chapter 4.
Iphuzu lami elilandelayo limayelana no schedule lapha ku chapter 4 noma ingxenye ka 4
Schedule 1 and 2.
ingxenye ka 1 no 2.
I see there's no Department of Education here.
Ngiyabona lapha awukho umnyango wezemfundo.
And when we talk in climate change, and if we're not looking at an educational level of climate change, starting it from school level, because when you talk kids, we talk in the future.
Ngoba uma sikhuluma ngokuguquguquka kwesimo sezulu sifuna ukuhilela izikole ngoba lokhu kudinga ukuthi abantu bafundiswe empeleni kusukela bese yingane.
So I don't actually understand why education was not part of these 1 or 2 schedules as part of climate change.
Angizwisisi ke ukuthi kungani umnyango wezemfundo ungeyona ingxenye yalesi sigatshana esibhaliwe lapha u1 no 2.
And thank you.
Ngiyabonga.
Good morning.
Abusheni.
All protocol observed. My name is Paul Maluleke.
Mina Paul Maluleke.
I'm one of the community leaders in Alexandra.
Nongwane obarangela bakulu bangakona eka Alexandra.
Currently, our biggest project is the rehabilitation of Yaske River.
Sase sinchumu lowu hi karataka swinene I ku va ku lulamisiwa eka nambu lowa Yaske.
Oh yes, we basically started to lobby and advocate for cleaning Yaske River in 2017.
Kahle kahle sungule matsima ya ku va hi kombera ku lulamisiwa ka nambu lowa Yaske kusukela hi 2017.
And then what was good was our PCO, our local parliamentary office, they gave us support to basically start the project.
Leswi tsakisaka hileswaku PCO ya hina hi yona nga hi nyika mpfumelelo kumbe nseketelo leswaku hi ya mahlweni na ntsima lera hina ra ku lulamisiwa ka nambu wa Yaske.
So what was good again was the participation from other departments, more especially environmental departments. Department of Agriculture, City of Johannesburg and DWS.
Leswi tsakisaka hileswaku ku ve na tindzawulo to hambanahambana ti nga fika ti hi seketela DWS na ndzawulo ya swa vurimi sweswo ku katsa na ndzawulo leyi nga ka masipala wa la Joni.
So my point here, I need 2 things to request the parliament or the bill to address certain issues regarding our work.
Ni kombela leswaku parliament ya hina yi languta tinhla timbirhi leti yelanaka na ntirho wa hina hi wu endlaka.
Number 1, I believe as South Africans we are not xenophobic, but then since when we had like the issue of illegal foreigners, we have a serious problem of illegal dumping in Joski River.
Ni hleketa leswaku tanihi va Afrika-Dzonga a hi vanhu lava nga na xihlawuhlawu kambe leswi swi lemukaka leswaku endzhaku ka loko nghene vahlampfa etikweni ra hina se hina vanhu vo hambanahambana lava cukumetaka thyaka eka nambu wa Yeskay.
So what we need is the bill to assist us to actually establish a safety and security around our rivers.
Kahle kahle hi kombela leswaku nawumbisi lowu wu hi pfuna ku va hi simeka nawu wo karhi lowu nga ta endla leswaku ku va na ku hlayiseka na nsirheleleko eka nambu wa hina wa Yeskay.
And then we also request that the bill should provide like a serious accountability for our more especially law enforcement, more especially like in our local government.
Nakambe hi lava leswaku ngopfungopfu nawumbisi lowu u tlhela wu tiyisa voko hala eka lava va hi sirhelelaka ngopfungopfu xipoyisa ngopfungopfu etimhakeni ta vuhlayiseki emhakeni yaleyo.
Because the biggest frustration is we always call the legal dumping site, we see the trucks are dumping, but then nothing happens. So we want to be able to rely on somebody out there. When there's a crisis, they must come very quickly.
Loko hi vona vanhu vo karhi va cukumetela thyaka endhawini leyi nga fanelangiki ha swi pota sweswo kambe a ku na nchumu lowu endliwaka lexi xi kombelaka leswaku xana va kona vanhu lava nga pfunaka leswaku loko hi pota mhaka yo karhi ku va na munhu la nga ta teka goza hi sweswo.
And then lastly, I want to request the parliament that they must actually monitor all the formations of like our local forums, because most of these forums, they are there, but then they are not serving the purpose that they are supposed to serve.
Nakambe hi kombela leswaku palamende yi hi pfuna leswaku tinhlengeletano to karhi kumbe tiforum to karhi ti nga kona ti va leti tirhaka ti kona kambe a ti pfuni nchumu swa sweswi.
Thank you.
Na khensa.
Nikumbela ni byela ku ri a bili leyi na yi sapota or a ni yi support loko vulavula.
Please, when you come in front here, you need to be specific whether you support the bill or not.
Nakumbela.
Please.
Okay, cool. Dumelang.
Good morning.
Hi, Dumelang. Hi, bo.
Hello.
Hi, bo, Dumelang.
Hello.
The people of Johannesburg, Alina Energy, Dumelang. Yes, yeah, utlahala ka re ke yona. Lebitso la ka ke Ntlogeleng Marokane.
Mina Ntlogele Marokane.
So I come from a community of Diepsloot,
Ni huma eka vaakatiko ebala Diepsloot.
from an organization called Green Hope Foundation SA.
Ni huma e Green Home Foundation SA.
So rona re etsa di cleanup, re etsa education on climate change and the river cleanups and community cleanups and more on environment.
I tirhana na ku basisa tindhawu to fana na milambu, ndhawu ya vaakatiko na tindhawu to hambanahambana leti nga kona emugangeni wa hina.
Okay, Bill, right thabela hanyani. So kutlile ba re tshwere re support there's certain things that we but rena na re e tshwantse re e include tse ding tsa dilo tse re bonang hore a di ha bo bui ka tsona on the bill.
Although we do support the bill, but there are other aspects that we do not support, and we also want other aspects to be added on the bill that were not included.
So there's a guy that also came through and spoke about the educational part of things where people need to be educated thoroughly on climate change.
Hona le mohlomphehi ya tlileng mona o ileng a bua mabapi le hore batho ba rutwe mabapi le pheto ena ya climate ene ba rutwe hantle.
So we have got so many community groups and organizations that are doing everything they can to make sure that they educate the public starting from the ECD level right up to tertiary level on the climate change.
Re na le dihlopha tse ngata tse leng hore di ikagetse ka setotswana ba bakile hore ba rute setjhaba mabapi le pheto ena ya climate ho tloa le ACD ho fihla ha ba fihla go thutong e phahameng.
Jaaka o mong wa di volunteer tse ba re bitsang environmental activist.
Jwale ka ba environmental
Go billing ho ka bana le climate change.
Because I think the main point is that every South African needs to know about climate change, and and know the main points that are included on the bills regarding the climate change.
Ke fana ka example nyane nyane fela, ke batla ho bua ka ntho nyane example nyane nyane fela.
For an example, just a little example,
E ya ko di cemeteries tsa ko makeisheneng.
just go to the township cemeteries.
Ha o fihla ko teng, a ke re ha re boloka re berekisa digare tsa di plastic.
When we, during burial, we use plastics.
So ha di tlala ko teng because remember we dump re tlohela mofu wa rona a re fetsa re beya plastic flowers ko di maletlapa ke re.
Remember that we put our corpse there. After that, we'll put the stone there.
So who's monitoring the cemetery tsa rona because e tla ko deep slow to tlo bona chaos e re e bonang ko teng.
Now the question is, who's monitoring our cemeteries? Come to Dislot and you'll see what I'm talking about.
So ke nahana hore ha re ka bana le educational campaigns mo e leng hore ra rutiwa re le ko di cemetery pleke tse bealo re tshware pleke hantle, so because ntho engwe le engwe e irahalang ko teng e tlo affecta climate in any way.
But I think we should have programs that are educational, educate us how best we can care for our things like our cemeteries, because everything that happens affects our climate.
Right thabela the bill and rapela hore nje e tswele pele to make it easy for us on the ground hore re kgone ho tswela pele re etse mosebetsi wa rona
We are
hantle.
happy and we agree with the bill, and we want that the bill to help us here on the ground so that we can continue with our programs.
Amandla. Away two.
Power.
The gentleman standing before you is Mbedzima Arno Austin
My name is Metzima Austin,
from United States of Soweto, Chaworo in particular.
to come from United States of Soweto, Eribitsang Regeshawela.
One of the best townships we've ever had on this planet Earth. Peter, I can't say the same about Alexandra, where you from, my leader. All right, firstly, I do second the bill wholeheartedly. I do second the bill wholeheartedly. I just want to make submissions on a few loopholes that I feel are missing out on the bill. Firstly, I will talk about the pollution against our oceans and rivers. Because once these two organs are polluted, the animals live within, they also get affected.
Back
Back in the days when we were growing up in Venda, we had a police force or police unit called Rangers. One would propose the re-establishment of this unit so that our wildlife is preserved. Because at the moment, animals do no longer feel protected, or they don't have any refuge because the bushes were cut.
And
I think it's one of the particular reasons why wild animals are now escaping from the wild to where the people are living. I would also propose the committee to re-establish the planting of trees. Because trees do not only provide or assist us with oxygen, they do also provide sanctuary when the issue of disasters pop up. Then in the hinterlands or in the countryside, I would propose the following. Our traditional leaders are dishing out land to people, and this is what they used to call low-laying areas which were prohibited from selling or from being used for any other purpose.
Baetapele ba rona ba tsa setso ba tumme ka ho fana ka dibaka tse leng hore ke ne dibaka ha tse sentseng di sa hlokomelwe ha kalo kapa ke tse thoko.
For example, we all know that if the place is, or rather, let me say, within 25 meters from the river, you are not allowed to use that land.
Ka mohlala fela o no tla etswa molao wa hore haeba o dula dimetara tse ka bang 25 pela noka ha wa dumella hore o hahe lefatsheng leo.
But now you may find people staying right close to the bank of the river.
Ka jeno se re se bonang batho ba dula haufi le lebopo kapa haufi yona le noka eo.
Okay, my second last point is that on page 9 of this proposed bill, it states that the president has got the privilege, or the president may, if he or she wants, set up a commission.
Ntlha ka e batlang e ba ya ho qetela ke mabapi le e hla mo leqepheng la 9 e buang ka hore mo presidente o na le tokelo ya hore a ka nna theha committee.
I would ask that we remove may and put will, because here we are talking about people's lives.
Ne nka rata hore re ntshe le reng nna empa re re rona hobane mona re bua ka maphelo a rona kaofela.
If we can have a commission for people who have who stole the money, I feel we can also have the commission to investigate or to go about what the disaster has caused.
Haeba re kile ra bana le committee ya batho ba utswang tjhelete ho bolela hore re ka kgona ho bana le committee ya hore batho ba kgona ho sheba hore koduwa e itseng e ka reng ka bokae.
The last one before I go,
I
heard that there will be forums for this climate change. So if forums will be consisted of the people, I guess these are the people that should form forums. It can't be that we come here to participate in the act that at a later stage will be relegated to be spectators. I thank you.
Greetings to you all. My name is William Ramalikana.
My name is William Ramalekana.
I'm from Ward 22 here in Johannesburg.
It's Ward 22 hona mona Johannesburg.
Fourth generation born here in Alex.
Ke wa leloko la bone o tswaletseng mona Alex.
I disagree in this bill being an act.
Ke a hanana le hore bill ena e etswe molao.
The fact is South Africa is still third world.
Ntlha fela ke hore Africa borwa e ntse e le naha e fatshe kapa naha e shejwang e le ya boraro.
So our first world aspirations should be put on hold for now.
So dintlha tse leng hore re batla ra di thahasella di lokela ho belwa ka thoko hanyenyane ha jwale.
We must make sure that the natural resources that we have here that really give us those gases, we utilize them.
Re lokela etsa bonnete ba hore disebediswa tsa tlhaho tse leng hore re di fumana mona re a di sebedisa.
To industrialize South Africa.
Ho etsa bonnete ba hore Afrika Borwa e ba naha ya kgwebo.
And we should stop signing bills, we should stop signing with those Kyoto protocols and all that, because we are not even there with the industry.
And re kgaotse ho signa le di Kyoto protocol tsena hobane ha re so fihle boemong boo.
We should mothball this until our industries have actually matched what the Western world is right now.
Re lokela ho emisa sena hanyenyane ho fihlela re ba boemong bo ba dinaha tsa di Western.
Because we are in this mess because of them.
Hobane ha jwale re mo tlhakantsukeng ena ka lebaka la bona.
And our emissions here are insignificant.
Mme ha o ka sheba hantle carbon ya rona e re ntshang e bohlokwa haholo.
It does.
Oh, it does. Oh, it does haholo.
China and America haven't signed anything, and they're the worst people that emit this.
Ha ile China la America ba bui letho ene ke bona ba ka sehlohong ba ileng hore ba ikarabella mabapi le carbon ena.
So as I say, we don't sign this, mothball it for maybe 200 years until we reach that level where we are all industrializing South Africa and the rest of Africa.
Ka hona nna ke re ha jwale ha re ke re beeleng ka thoko hanyane dilemo tse ka bang 200 ho fihlela Afrika Borwa e le naha ya kgwebo mme re fihlile boemong bo tshwanang le naha tse ding.
The other thing that I do not understand is how are you going to react to climate change? I mean, we are already 2 degrees or something, as the scientists tell us. How are you going to react to rectify that? Because the earth can rectify itself.
Ntho e nngwe ke sa e utlwisising hape ke hore rona ka bo rona re tlo ithusa jwang re utlwa ditsebi kapa borra science ba re bolella hore lefatshe le kgona ho ntsha 2 degrees Celsius empa ntho e re e tsebang ke hore tlhaho kapa lefatshe ka bo lona le a kgona ho itukisa.
Also, I still don't understand why we can't maybe put this as an addendum to an already existing act of disaster management.
Ha ke utlwisisi hore hobaneng ntho ena re sa etse addendum kapa ebe leqephe le re lwetseng ka le kenyelleditsweng fela ho Disaster Management Act.
I thank you.
Ke a leboha.
Greetings to all. My name is Patricia Hlongwane. I'm from Shawela, Ward 12.
Dumelang kaofela lebitso la ka ke nna Patricia Hlongwane ke tswa Shawela Ward 12.
Yes, we do agree with the bill being enacted,
Re dumela hore bili ena e kenywe tshebetsong
but there should be some amendments made.
empa re batla hore ho bane le diphetoho tse itseng ho yona.
Chapter 3, Section 15, subsection C.
Chapter 3 Section 15 subsection C.
The response assessment should be held at least once after 2 years, not once after 5 years.
Re batla hore taba ya hore ho shebiwe lefatshe hape e ska etsuwa ka mora dilemo tse 5 empa ka mora dilemo ka mora selemo.
And also, the bill is more emphasized on the executive, on how they are going to implement policies.
Bili ena hantle ntle haholo le ha hore wa e sheba e shebile hore ba hlomphehi kapa ba boholong ba lokela ho kenya bili ena tshebetsong jwang.
It doesn't include traditional leaders, fishermen, farmers, and small businesses.
Ha ya kareletse batho ba kang baetapele ba setso ba tshwasi ba ditlhapi dihwai ha mmoho le borakgwebo ba thuthuhang.
And also how individuals are going to be able for pollution and carbon dioxide.
Motho ka bomong yena haeba ho tlo etsuwang ka yena haeba a ikarabella mabakeng sa carbon dioxide.
I thank you.
Ke a leboha. Good day.
Guten Morgen, ich bin Apiwe from Kliptown, Ward 19.
My name is Apiwe from Kliptown, Ward 19.
First of all, I would just like to thank the platform to be here.
Okokuqala nje ngithanda ukubonga ukuvulelwa lenkundla yokuthi ngibe lapha namuhla.
So Ward 19 is at Kliptown.
Ward 19 is a Kliptown.
In terms of the bill, I partially agree with it because I have a number of questions at the back of my head.
Uma kuziwa kulomthethosivivinyo ngivumelana nawo ikancane ngoba nginembuzwana uma sekuziwa kulomthethosivivinyo.
The first question that I have, which is of interest to me, is when is the bill expected to be passed? By when? In which year?
Umbuzo wami wokuqala engicela impendulo yawo ukuthi kulindeleke ukuthi lo mthetho sivivinyo uphasiswe nini ngamuphi unyaka.
And then the second question that I have is how is this bill going to assist employees who are within companies which emit these poisonous gases? How is it going to ensure their wellness and their well-being?
Umbuzo wami wesibili ke ukuthi njengamanje kunabasebenzi abasebenza einkampanini ezinesandla ekungcoliseni umoya. Manje umbuzo ukuthi lo mthetho sivivinyo uzobasiza kanjani ke labo basebenzi nokubavikela.
And then the other question that I have here, it is regarding the forums. I heard that there's going to be forums, and my question is, how will the forums then be empowered to, execute what they need to execute? And in terms of forum, are we referring to the guys on the ground or something else?
Ngizwe kukhulunywa lapha ngezinkomfa ukuthi zizoba khona. Manje umbuzo wami ke ukuthi kulezi zinkomfa okuthiwa zizoba khona kuzokwenziwa kanjani ukuba okukhulunywa lapho kwenziwe kusebenze. Nokuthi kahle hle lezi zinkomfa okukhulunywa ngazo kushiwo bani? Ngabe kushiwo abantu abaphansi lena esikanye nabo obani kahle hle abazokwenza lezi zinkomfa?
And then for local communities and activists, as my fellow brothers here, some of them have already explained that they are actively, assisting the community. Are there fundings that are available for them? Those who are already actively working around issues of greenhouse gases.
Emphakathini yethu kunabantu abayizishoshovu esikhuluma nje basebenzela ukulwisana nalo sihlava esikhuluma ngaso. Umbuzo wami ukuthi ke bazoxhaswa kanjani ke bona ngezimali ngoba vele bayasebenza njengoba sikhuluma.
And then before I go far, allow me to say, in the community that I'm from, Ekliptown, whenever it's raining, we know that we're going to have floods. And we know ukuthi sobe sidonsa umuntu ehamba nomfula.
Emphakathini ke ngisuka kuwo ke Kliptown zaqala nje kwaba nemvula siyazi ukuthi hayi ke izikhukhula zisendleleni, and we know that there will be life that will be lost.
And one of the reasons why we have such situations of lives being lost, it's not necessarily because of so much over flooding and people being on the riverbed. Rather, it is we have a power station, like Orlando, which releases water and then it messes up a community. And for us to reach out to a disaster management, it is always a disaster. We as a community, in most instances, are out there to rescue our own people in the absence of disaster management team.
Enye izinto ebangokuba kube nenkinga kube khona abantu abafayo. Kaningi akuzona ngempela izikhukhula esuke seziziningi ngokweqile zize zibulala abantu noma ukuthi abantu bakhe ngasosebeni lomfula. Cha, akukhona lokho. Kodwa kubangwa ukuthi lapha eOrlando kune power station ededela amanzi. Futhi ukuthi uma sicela usizo ke bezime eziphuthumayo ukuthi wozani nizosiza abafiki ngesikhathi. Bese kuba yithina ke manje esizithola ngezikhathi zenhlekelele sesisebenza izinto ezithinta inhlekelele.
So we would really appreciate a proactive disaster management team around our ward.
Siyacela lapha yakuwadi yethu ake sinikeni abantu abasebenza ngezinhlekelele abazoshesha basebenze uma sibadinga.
And in relation to the carbon budgets, this is my take.
Uma ke sekukhulunywa ngesabelo sezimali esithinta icarbon nalo lwamuvo.
Ubhuti here mentioned ukuthi there's going to be something like a baseline of companies, that companies will be given to say you can emit this much of a gas.
Ukhulumile lapha umnumzane ngaphambili ukuthi kuzobekwa isisekelo esibekwayo esinqunywayo ukuthi ke nina zinkampani uma nikhipha igas ningakhipha igas esesilinganisweni esingaka.
And then my question is, there's different gases, and then if a company just releases carbon monoxide, for example, and another releases butane or propane, will they still be given the same carbon budget Is there a thorough assessment that has been conducted thus far to say these companies can receive an actual carbon budget or it is just written?
Amagesi ke njengoba sazi awafani. Enye inkampani ingakhipha elunye uhlobo lwegesi ngokwesibonelo carbon monoxide noma olunye uhlobo lwegesi. Engifuna ukwazi ke mina ukuthi ingabe lo mthetho ozobekwa ke manje uzonquma yini ukuthi nina elolu hlobo lwegesi kungako kufanele nikhiphe noma kuzosebenza into efanayo nje kubo bonke kulezi inhlobo zamagesi ezingafani.
And then the last question that I have, it is for our community members who are in businesses, la baba brayayo and all that. Is there a contingency plan or a strategy that has been set in place to say, let us assist our local community, business people who are into brine and so forth, who are also releasing these gases? Is there a strategy that is set for them to assist them ukuthi banga emit so much yet still not lose their profits and so forth?
Umbuzo wami ke wokugcina usukhuluma ngalabo somabhizinisi esinabo emalokishini ngokwesibonelo abosa inyama. Ukuthi ke ingabe khona yini indlela yokuthi basizwe nabo batshelwe phela ukuthi nizama ukulawula igesi enikhiphayo nani engcolisayo kodwa kube kuukuthi anibenzi bese belahlekelwa inzuzo yemali njengoba besebenza.
Thank you.
Ngiyabonga. Greetings.
Nani? Mina igama nguFanyana Sunboy Nkomo.
My name is Fanyana Sunboy Nkomo.
Ngiphuma Region G, Ward 122.
I am coming from Region G, Ward 122.
Ya mina mhlambe ngingakusho ngebill. Ngiyayivumela ibill ayiqhubeke.
What I can say about this bill is that I support the bill.
But inkinga enginayo,
But the problem with it that I have,
it's a good idea on a paper,
inhle uma uyifunda phansi.
but now inkinga enkulu ngiyokuthi abantu obokumele basebenze yithini esihleli lana.
People who should implement this, it's we as community.
Okuchaza khona ukuthi mhlonipheni abantu abalana iningi labo kabasebenzi.
And we understand that many of people who are here are unemployed.
So isicelo benginaso kuleyo bill
My request on this bill
ukuthi ayiqhatsha abantu abazofundisa umphakathi. Abahlala nomphakathi, abahlala emphakathini. Njengoba sisho sithi yi-government yabantu emele abantu evotelwe ngabantu.
let's at the bill hire people among the community, since we have just mentioned that this is a government for people and with people. So let's hire people among the communities who will come and teach people about this.
Okwesibili
Secondly,
yilokho. If indaba ye-climate change ingabi serious kangakanani?
how is it serious really, this matter of climate change?
Ngoba ikhuluma ngeimpilo zethu, mangi understand.
As far as I understand, it affects our lives.
Akungeke kukhonakale na ukuthi kwenziwe i-commission. Ngoba ngibone sekuno ministry bathini we-electricity.
Can it be possible to form a commission? Because I've heard that now there is a new minister of electricity.
So ukuze ibaluleke ngoba if ukuthi ibaluleke kakhulu akube njalo. Into ebengicela then okunye futhi ebengicela.
And if this bill really is so important, let it be. And my other request,
Ikumonitor.
akube khona umuntu obhekayo.
Yazi singaba nayo wonke ama ideas on a paper. But makungekho abantu abazomonitora sinenkinga.
We can have all ideas on the paper, kodwa uma bengekho abantu abazobheka ukuthi kwenzekani, then we are really in the problem.
Then okunye ilokhu ke okwama scrapyard. Lapho engihlala ngakhona kunama scrapyard amaningi.
Another matter, it's regarding the scrapyards. Where I stay, there are a lot of scrapyards.
And bahleli bachisa laba bantu kunentuthu nje every day bachisa.
Every day in that scrapyards you see smoke. They always burn something, there is always smoke there.
Siya reporta kodwa akekho nomuntu orespondayo.
Siyabiga, but there is no any response.
Okuchaza khona ukuthi namanje kule bill le sivotelayo today izoba ibill ngephepha ibenhle ngephepha kodwa ngemisebenzi ngeke icaca ukuthi ngempela lento esilwelayo silwelana ngoba nisuka nina ezama officials masokulunga anisezi kulawa abantu ade beyivotela ibill seniyolanda ama cousins enu yiwona sokumele ayosebenza yiwona ngoba sokunemali.
Of which I think it will be the same thing with the bill. Because you as officials, you came to us now to support the bill. But as soon as the bill is working now, then you will go and hire your friends to work under this bill, not us who voted and participated during this time.
Ukuza kwethu lana mhlonishwa asizanga ngoba sithi sogcwalisa iholo. Size lana ngoba sifuna ukuthatha ulwazi siyofundisa abantu. Hire us.
Honorable, we are here not just to fill up this hall, but we are here to take some knowledge so that we can take that knowledge and share with our community.
Thank you.
Siyabonga.
Hello.
Greetings.
Chairperson, ke a leboha for opportunity.
Chairperson, thank you so much for this opportunity.
Now I don't adopt to this bill. Ha ke tsamaisanane le yona.
I do not agree with this bill.
As long as the stream, oh, pardon me, ke Opa Modise from Ward 24 in Region T, Elias Mutswaledi, community behind Parakwana Hospital.
My name is Opa Modise from Elias Mutswaledi.
It's a community behind Parakwana.
It's a community behind Parakwana Hospital.
Yeah, nekere, akita mesalane li pili ena, ha fela, the stream, tsa Soweto, di le ka mokgo di leng ka teng now.
I do not agree with this bill. As long as the streams that are in Soweto are in their condition as we speak.
Ke hotse Soweto, ne re na lo swima ha re tswa sekolong mo di streaming. Ne ke kena ko Ditau, so we will just cross Orlando Station, hona le stream down there, we will swim there ha re tswa sekolong.
I grew up in Soweto, and so after school we used to swim on those streams. You know, I used to go from the Tau, and then we'd go to those streams and just swim on those streams.
Deep Kloof, hona le stream hape se ke hotseng se le clean, re na lo swima le mo.
In Deep Kloof also there's another stream that is clean that we used to swim in.
Stream se se flow to Orlando Power Station. Unona le Orlando Power Station ha ke sa hola ene generator motlakase.
When I grew up, there was a Orlando Power Station that used to generate a power station. That stream used to flow to that power station.
So point ya ka ke ka nako eo ho ne hona le tsela eo government ya ka nako eo ene e sebedisa to maintain those streams hore di ska tlala sewer tse ko ba di tletse sewer today. Ho nona le a system that government wa nako eo ana
My
I
point is
sebedisa.
this, that's that the previous government had a way to maintain those streams because those streams used to be clean.
Ka jeko ne ke government o wa rona wa democracy ne. So government wa rona during period ya hae hona le dintho tse leng hore ha ka ba a di inheritor from the previous government. When I just said inheritance, because
So today, there's a new government that we call a democracy. And this democratic ruling, there's other things that it did not inherit from the previous government.
which were good, I'm talking the good ones, like the
I
one that
mean-
would maintain the streams are not really clean.
I mean, they should have inherited the only good things, such as maintaining streams.
The communities are rona, they are not well informed. Habana tsebo hore na littering, for example, it contributes as one to climate change. So that's why the communities are rona, ho tletse littering every corner. And na ha ke hola, ho nona le dipin in open spaces, most open spaces, ho nona le dipin tse kgolo within the community.
So
Tse leng hore-
our communities actually are not informed as to how littering contributes to climate change. When I grew, because in our communities, corner to corner, there's littering. When I grew up, there used to be big bins.
Yes. On top of the bins that we were using in our yards, there were those external ones, which today they are not there.
So I mean, those bins, they were added to on top of the ones that we had on our yards. But
So-
today they're not there.
So we lost those bins, ne? And then Hudumori, we lost those bins. We again, the number, our number now, it does not accommodate or we can use the services, tse re di sebedisang now. Re bangata. Where we stay, we are more than enough for the services. Hence, our services are bursting. The sewer pipes, they burst on a daily basis. You know why? Infrastructure
So right
is
now-
is not enough. Re
Right now,
bangata.
those bins are not there. And what the problem now is that our communities are overpopulated and the services that we use right now are overwhelmed because of the number of people that uses those services.
So again, go to plenary, replan this thing, get rid of some elements selling or they are contributors towards the impact of climate change. You're flowing of sewer, you're flowing of the companies as a whole, the big companies. I don't know, like everything is just a mess when it comes to environment and how to restrict the companies selling or they release all those other waste to the streams.
So
And-
right now, you need to go back to the drawing board and replan this bill. So just have a look as how we're going to maintain these streams. We have big companies that emit a lot of carbon. How are we going to work with them?
Yes, and lastly, ne ke kopa hore, this committee, if it's a new committee or kgale e le teng, let it work with us directly like this. If le ngotse hore the municipalities, ne, they will carry certain activity in terms of responding to this bill. Ne? Why lona? Because you know our municipalities that fail. If we fail like a municipality, we fail like a province, national happy. How na a system, a certain, I don't know, accountable. How? It's just like anyone can do as they please. Who suddenly they will be removed and then there was no
We are
accountability.
asking this committee, I'm not sure whether this committee is new, that it must work directly with us because of municipalities has failed us, provincial has failed us, now the national is going to fail us. There must be a system to work directly with us.
Yes. We are the ones who are feeling this thing, this injustice. Ne? So
Ke
if
rona ba
you
rongwe
guys,
re utlwa diphello tsena
you
tsa ho
will,
hloka
you will
toka.
often come, Parliament, itle mo, wa understand? More often, don't come as and when you want to adopt the bill. No,
So we want the
guys.
parliament to come often, not just when they want us to adopt the bill, no.
No, it doesn't work. You must be next to us and you must understand the municipalities, how are they treating us? You understand? You must come here and we must tell you and you must hold those guys accountable.
Le lokela ho tla le sebetse le rona mahetla a bapile e le hore le kgone ho bona hore dimasepala tsena di re tshwara jwang.
Ke a leboha.
Thank you.
Le hlokomele nthwena ya matsoho e.
Be careful of the clapping.
Ka gore nna kgale ke bua mona le sa ntlhapele matsoho.
Because I've been talking here for quite some time, no one has clapped for me.
Ntate o le ka gore ene o tswa ko Soweto, o ema 2 minutes nyana fela le otla matsoho. Ha ke e rate ntho e.
I don't like this because this gentleman just stood there for 2 minutes and said he comes from Soweto and then you clap for him.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the left.
Re a leboha haholo, a re tlang ka mo letsong lena le letona.
The two gentlemen in front, the two gentlemen at the back. Okay, let's do it. The two, okay, you ma'am. You sir. You sir with the white, you are fighting. Zoran.
Okay, sure.
Ntate, dula fatshe, wena tla yang ntate. Ke a bona ha o sa ema wa ntwantse. Lekgo. Sir. You. Nawe sis. Inkinga ukuthi manje nihlele niso, uyabona? So ngeke ngimthathe nime so nizichomi nikanana ama notes. Baba was. Ay mawuphakama uyangilwisa. Ay. Ngiyeza ngithe ngiyabuya. Spelele. All right. Ngiyabuya. Ngaphela mo. Hlisisana. Ngani wami nge-shirt blue. Ngiyabuya. Ne? Ngizocala ngawo. Uzobona, it's true. Ne? All right. Do we have 10? All right. We'll come back. Hayi angikhohlwanga. Ngithe uyakhumbula. Angithi start 10 ngayi. Start 10 ngayi. Sizobuyela ngayi. Bese sibuyela ngayi. Bese siyayivala. Yabona? Mhlambe bese uyangithola. Uyangithola? Hola. Baba.
Okay. Greetings everyone.
Ke a le dumedisa botlhe.
Chairperson, on a l'apartheid, Chairperson. As I introduce the council, you only introduce your parliamentaries and councillors. We are here. I'm one of the councillors from Ward 16 Mapetla. Councillor Gifty Malapane Mati.
Chairperson, it seems like you are discriminating as you did not introduce the councillors, and I'm a councillor from Soweto.
And I
Sorry, Dad. Let me apologize for that because we were not informed earlier that the councillors have arrived. We apologize for that. Thank you.
Re kopa tshwarelo ka seo gobane ga nka ra itsisiwe gore councillor o se a fitlhile. O re inele matsogo metsing.
And one other thing, I'm also very disappointed by your catering there. Rena le bonkgono re ba tsuse ka bo 6 o'clock gore ba tle mona ba tlo kgona go attend this session, which is very important for them. But ha ona tee ke only banana le apple le metsi. Please, you can't have that. Next time we requesting more obeti because of rena le bonkgono ba na le ditsukere. Banana le apple is like a drop in an ocean. Re kopa le organize catering a proper tea le borotho and other things le di muffin like we always used to.
And another thing is that I am very disappointed with the catering because we have the elderly here, people with chronic diseases, but we only serve them bananas and water. I think that it is very important that you be considerate to those elderlies, especially those who have chronic illnesses. Maybe next time try to improve and have some muffins, tea, and a better breakfast.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
You see, no. I'm going to respond. There is lunch catered for all of us. There is no one who is drinking coffee even in this table. We also had bananas and apples. Lunch is going to be offered when we finish here for all of us. Thank you. Can you continue because you have 5 minutes to speak.
Ne ke kopa gore ke tlhalose ntlha ke arabe gore ya ka le bona gore a gona o mongwe wa rona re le baetapele o nwang kofi mo e fela go le yalo go na le ka mokgwa re lokisitseng ka teng gore go tlo ba le dijo tsa motshegare tse e leng gore re di lokiseditse tsona mme e tla re ga re fetsa go lofa o mongwe le o mongwe o tlo kry-a dijo.
ra leboha, but kopa o ska e justify because of ke 12 o'clock ona ya no. Bon khono ba tlile le bona ba sone tie, ba sone anything. Ra kopa o ska e justify. Next time do that. Ha batho ba kena mona ba kene fela thola o wena le tie le dijo so that let us be proactive, let us be strategic. Say le 12 o'clock batho ba soje please.
Please don't justify it because it is now 12 o'clock and these elderly people have had nothing, no breakfast in the morning. So it will be prudent if the committee consider that next time, please.
Yeah, let's get into the business. First of all, I would like to thank the government that is still recognizing Kyoto Protocol from Paris, and also, first of all, we'd like to thank our government that is still recognizing Kyoto Protocol that was amended in Paris, but first it was also amended in Japan on the 11th of December 1997. I thank you for that.
Ke lakatsa gore ke leboge puso ka gore ba santsane ba ikamaganya le Kyoto Protocol e leng gore ile ya memetlelwa ko Paris ka tumelano ya Paris gape ile ya memetlelwa le ko Japan ka letlha leo le boletsweng ke leboga puso ka seo.
Yes, I like rata point e hlahisitsweng ke one of the person ona bua mona hore amendment ena e ska ba fela pampiri because of re face mathata mangata whereby like the amendment di dutse fela but batho ha ba penaliziwe.
I also liked another point which was made by another speaker that this bill is a good bill. It must not be just written on paper. It has to be implemented because there are many challenges which requires implementation of this bill.
One issue e leng hore e ke batlang ho outline around chapter 6 regulation and penalties. Around the emission from the low grade of coal that is sold to ESCOM by Exero and Seriti companies.
Se seng gape ke se ke batlang gore ke se tlhagise ke mola mo schedule 6 mo go buang ka go tshilafatswa ga memoya ka di company tse kgolo go tshwana le bo ESCOM ke ntlha engwe e le gore ke batla gore ke gatelle re bolele ka yona.
Yes, the companies say they deserve to be penalized because of, first of all, they are selling us low grade of coal that is low heating energy. That's why we are experiencing a low shading currently because of those companies. Remember, ESCOM is run by the government, but the companies that is the product that we are using as ESCOM is coal, and those coal are the company that are selling those coal are run by white people, capitalism system, which have been given almost 99 years contract to run this capitalism system. And that's why we are facing load shedding currently.
Tse ding tsa dintlha tse ke batlang gore ke bue ka tsona ke taba ya gore re tshwantse gore go nne le dikotlo mo di company tseo tse le gore di silafatsa moya ka gore ba dirisa malatlha le tse ding tse le gore di silafatsa moya ke go tshwana le bo ESCOM le tse ding ne ke kopa gore puso e lebelle dintlha tsa go tshwana le tseo gobane go na le di company tse ding tse kgolo tse le gore di fiwa di kontraka tsa nako e telele ya go fitlha ko mengwageng e 99 ile gore ke tsona tse tshwereng ba dirisa se kapitale kgante ke dilo tse le gore puso ke kgopela gore e di lebedisise dintlha tse tshwanang le tseo.
Banka quality of our coal and sell it to other countries, and that low grade of coal is creating a lot of smoke, and that's why we are experiencing climate change. Our ozone layer is very affected because of this low grade of coal. Smoke and then also. That's why you're also experiencing the floods, the heat wave, the extreme coldness from this impact. Yeah, mashallah, along or the capitalists, so not really Exero, le Seriti.
Dintlha tse ding gape tse ke gore re lemogile gore banka malatlha a rona ba isa kwa dinageng tse ko ntle malatlha a leng ko boleng bo go godimo be ba dirisa malatlha a ile gore a ko boleng bo go tlase gore ba kgone gore ba dire motlakase kgante ke ona a dira mosi o montsi a ile gore a silafatsa memoya ya rona kgante ke tsona dintlha tse le gore re tshwantse gore re di lebelele se golo se tonna tsona di company tse kgolo tse ke buileng ka tsona ile mo Exaro le yona ESCOM ke ntlha e ke kgopelang gore e lebedisisi.
And around one of the carbon monoxide e create-wang ke di-illegal dumping, which is most of the people here we've been talking, they're talking about illegal dumping. It's a serious issue around our communities because of batho ba rona ba face illegal dumping, ho ba le di-disease tse ngata tse tswang from illegal dumping. Ditweba, especially mo Alexandra, batho ba rona ba bangata ba affectwe ke ditweba because of illegal dumping. As government, we need to be proactive and making sure that we protect in your bill. You mentioned that we have to be proactive in protecting our environment because of our people has a right to stay in safe and healthy environment. So as government, I think way back, pick it up what they used to do. They were used to be proactive because of ntho ya re batla emela batho ba tshele matlakala. They tried to implement that. So re kopa government by supporting those initiatives that I'm going to outline. Pick it up. They used to have securities to look after illegal dumping spot. Kosoweto. And it was a program that ran about 6 months, but azange thole support. But in that way, batho ba rona bana ba phela mo plekeng e leng hore e ne e wa clean, it up in a save tjhelete ngata because of ho cleaner one illegal dumping spot, it cost plus minus 40,000 to pick it up a week. And I say, mara motho o leng hore o tlo ba security, o tlo kata mo. Bana ba thola plus minus 9,000 to 10,000 a month. Imagine tjhelete we calculate equivalent to this one as security, how much money is going to be saved. And at the same time, can I issue at the landfill site, especially my site also way to come with.
Ntlha e nngwe e ke lebeletseng ko gore tsona di gase tse le gore di na le bokotsi tse tshwanang le bo di monoxide di diriwa go gore go latlhelwa matlakala mo ditulong tse mo gare ga setšhaba mo gare ga motse sona seo ke sona se irang gore go nne le se re bakela malwetse se bakela setšhaba malwetse go nna le ditweba tse nnang teng segolo se tonna mo Alexandra mo re bone gore go na le ditweba tse tonna tse le gore di bakwa ke yona taba e ya go latlhelwa ditshila mo gotlhe mo gare ga motse ke ne ke kopa gore puso ya rona e nke dikgato pele go tla le go ba le ditlamorago tse tshwanang le tseo go tshwana le pick it up yona pick it up ine e dira gore go sa nna le ditshila tse le gore di a latlhelwa mo ditseleng bana ba nka dikgato tseo ba le gona ba kgone gore ba dire gore ditulo tsa rona di dula di tlhwekile ka nako tsotlhe se seng gape go gore go ja madi a mantsi gore re kgone gore re tlhokise ditulo tseo tsa rona kgante ha ile gore go na le mekgwa e re dirisang gore batho ba kgone gore ba latlhele ditshila tsa bona mo tulong e rileng seo se ka re thusa thata ka gore go sa nna le malwetse mo setšhabeng sa rona.
Councillor Malepan, may I request that the issues that are still left, you get a form from Ms. Chileka Matubela, you write them down. We need to be fair to all these people. 5 minutes is up. Thank you. The next person.
Re ne re kopa gore councillor di taba tse ile gore ga senke a di bui a ye mo go Mechileka mola a di ngole mo fatshe go bane metsotso ya gagwe e metlhano e setse e fedile go tshwanetse gore re tshware batho kaofela ka go tshwana re a leboga.
Good Matsiar, I hope I'm audible. In fact, Chair, I was going to say, as much as you were generous to the councillor, the speaker before me, you should also do the same with the people that are going to come. But we understand, you have to follow protocol.
Modula stulo ne ke re ka mokgwa o ileng wa kgona gore o mo fe nako ka teng mo councilora ne re nagana gore o tshwantse gore o tshwara batho kaofela le bona o ba fe nako e okeditsweng e fela re a tlhaloganya gore o latella molao tsamaiso.
Lebitso la ka ke Itumeleng Molantwa, I am from Kosatu.
My name is Tumelo Molantwa. Oh, sorry. Tumedi Molantwa. I am Ketswa ke le ko Kosatu.
Itumeleng.
Oh, Lintshwareleng ke na Itumeleng.
I'm going to read an input that comes from the Federation as far as the bill is concerned.
Ke tlo go bala tshwaelo e tswang ko federationeng ya rona malebana le molaotheo o.
The Federation supports this long overdue and progressive bill and urges its speedy passage to its ultimate promulgation.
Kosatu yona e thekga molao o e leng gore nkabe e le kgale o fetisitswe ebile gape re rotloetsa gore molao o tsenye tirisong ka monako.
The bill is a needed intervention to coordinate South Africa's effort to tackle climate change.
Molao tlhomo o ke kgato e le gore ya tlhokega gore re thuse Afrika Borwa mo ditikong tsa bona tsa gore ba lebelle taba e ya go fetoga ga climate.
It will help ensure that national, provincial and local governments and key state-owned enterprises develop appropriate climate change targets.
E tlo thusa gore puso ya bosetšhaba ya province le ditheo tse ding tsa puso gore di kgone gore di le bona ba kgone gore ba tle ka maano a ile gore a tlo shebana le taba e ya go fetoga ga climate.
As the Federation, we extensively participate, our extensive engagements on the bill at NETLEC. We appreciated the open and constructive and progressive approach to government on the bill and addressing workers' concerns.
Rile ya ka Kosatu rile ranka karolo ka nako e go dirwa molao o ebile gape rile ra kapa re itumella dikgato tse le gore puso o di tsere le gore a lebelle di tshwenyego tse le gore re na le tsona ka nako e re ne re bua ka ona molaotheo.
We welcome the provisions for the provincial and municipal forums on climate change.
Ra amogela melawana e leng teng go lebella di foramo tseo tsa masepala le tsa province tse le banaleng le go fetoga ga climate.
This is key to ensuring national plans and strategies are successfully implemented and that provincial and local government play their full role.
Se botlhokwa thata gore re kgone gore re lebelle gore maano a setšhaba a kgona gore a diriswe ka go nne le tswelopele le gore puso ya province le puso ya selegae le gore le bona ba nke karolo.
The clear time frames will help ensure that they are held accountable for their implementation by the national government and society.
Go beiwa ga nako e rileng e tlhakileng e tlo netefatsa gore go dirisiwe sentle molao o ke puso.
We also welcome the provisions for the Presidential Climate Change Commission.
Ebile gape ra amogela melawana tsamaiso e leng teng mabapi le commission ya mo presidente e shebaneng le taba tsa climate.
Its establishment at the presidential level will help provide it with the necessary political authority to ensure its success.
E tlo netefatsa gore mo presidenteng gore go nna le dithata tse tshwanetseng tsa sepolotiki le go netefatsa gore go nna le tswelopele.
The Federation supports its allocated roles, particularly its monitoring and evaluation mandates.
Kosatu yona e thekga ditiro tse leng gore di teng mo molaong o segolo se tonna ditiro tse leng gore di filo gore tshwantse gore ba shebana le tsona.
Its provisions for organized business, labor and civil society will help ensure that the public at large supports its critical work and that key stakeholders help ensure its implementation.
Go tla thusa thata go diriswa ga yona gore e kgone gore e kgontshe le ba dikgwebo gore le bona ba kgone gore ba nke karolo le setšhaba le sona se kgone gore go nke karolo re kgone gore re fitlhelele tswelopele mo ntlheng e.
In conclusion, we support the climate change bill and urges its speedy passage towards its promulgation.
Ga re
Thank
setse
you.
re harela mo rena re thekga molao o ebile gape re dumelana le taba ya gore o tsentshwe tirisong ka bonako. Ke a leboga.
Kuluma mhlali kuluma. Greeting everyone.
Ngibingelele bonke.
Igama nguPhila Zuma ngibuya Region G Orange Farmer Ward 1.
My name is Pila Zuma. I'm from Region 1.
Ward 1.
In Ward 1, Region 1.
Region G.
Region G, sorry.
Ask is clear on that. Mangibona le bill esayidini lami.
When I see this bill, according to me,
Yona ibhalwe kahle kakhulu, but ngishayisa novalo.
it has been nicely written, but it makes me nervous
Because of ngimele abahlali.
because I stand here for the community.
I don't want ukuthi le bill ekugcineni icindezele umhlali.
I don't want this bill to oppress the community.
That's why ngifuna ukuthi sisebenze ngendlela ekahle le bill.
That's why I wanted to do it in a correct way.
So far kwamanje bengingakavumelani nayo.
So far, I don't support the bill.
Into engifisa ukuthi iyenzeke njengamanje to show ukuthi ngempela iParliament into le ezosiphilisa nezo engeke izisilwise necommunity. Iqale iyosebenza first abantu bayi-understand ukuthi imini ukuthini.
What I want this bill to do, it has to go and work first so that the community could understand what does this bill really mean.
Because of izinto ezenzakalayo kuvele kuthiweni ningama leaders nagijima naye Alexandra no sayina into esicindezelayo.
Because as the community leaders, sometimes they blame us that we went and signed a bill that oppresses the community.
Bengisacela ithuba ukuthi ke sisebenze le bill because of abahlonishwa abalapha ngaphambili bayalazi iqiniso amabhili afana nalawo ama climate change are very sensitive anikeza abo President Zuma inkinga.
Because the bills that are like this, they are very sensitive. They can cause a lot of problem. Can we go and scrutinize this bill first before we can do it? Because even President Zuma was given a trouble because of some of the kinds of the bills.
Amandla. Ngiyabonga.
My name is Marika van der Walt. I am a member of many of the community forums, of the catchment forums and the environmental forums in the area. The Henops Forum is one of them, the Bronkhorstspruit Catchment Management Forum is one of them. I wrote this representation on behalf of the Greater Kyalami Conservancy. And I just want to make a few suggestions.
Ngicela ukwenza izethulo ezimbalwa kulokho engikubhalile.
The Act needs to be focused a bit more. According to the World Resources Institute, a just transition means equitably distributing the costs and benefits of climate action.
Lo mthetho sivivinyo ke esikhuluma ngawo sicabanga ukuthi kufanele uzanye ukudluliselwa ngendlela enobulungisa ukuze ukwazi ukuthinta cishe bonke abantu.
Now that distributing the costs and the benefits must ensure that
Ukuze kuncishiswe izindleko kunalokho kube kukhulu ukuzuza kuwona.
there must be social dialogue and stakeholder engagement among workers, employers, governments, communities and civil society.
Kufanele kube nezingxoxo ezikhona ezithinta uhulumeni, ukuthinta abasebenzi, ukuthinta abantu abaqashiwe, ukuthinta umphakathi, kuba bonke abantu kufanele baxoxe ngalo mthetho sivivinyo.
Affected workers and communities must receive the support, social protection and investments they need to work and thrive in a zero carbon future.
Kufanele imphakathi nabasebenzi abathintekayo bathole uxhaso, ukusekelwa, bathole ukuvikelwa njengomphakathi, futhi bese kwenziwa utshalomali oluzobasiza nabo ukuba bachume kulomsebenzi wabo wokuvikela imvelo.
Revenue streams that governments currently receive from fossil fuel production must be replaced in equitable ways.
Bese kuthi izinzuzo uhulumeni azenzayo azitholayo uma kukhiqizwa izinto zokubasa kufanele nazo futhi zithathelwe indawo izindlela ezintsha ezizokwabiwa ngokulingana.
Companies must create decent jobs and contribute to economic growth while taking positive action on climate change.
Bese kuthi ke izinkampani zakhe amathuba emsebenzi amahle azosiza ukuthi kuthuthuke hayi nje izinkampani kuphela kodwa kuthuthuke nomnotho.
I have a problem with the provisions on municipal forums.
Nginenkingana encane laphaya uma kukhulunywa ngalezi ezithinta izinkomfa zomasipala.
Section 9 of the Climate Change Bill refers to Section 24 of the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act.
Laphaya emthethweni ongu section 9 wesigatshana sika 24 ukhuluma ngobhlobo nobusebenzi obuba khona ezinhlakeni zikahulumeni.
Now, Section 24 of that, in terms of Section 24 of that Act, the District Intergovernmental Forum consists of the mayor of the district municipality,
Bese kuthi kulezo zinhlaka uma kukhulunywa kulesigatshana sika 24 bese igxila kakhulukazi ezindabeni zikahulumeni ezithinta izindawo ezithile noma izifundazwe.
the mayors of the local municipalities, the mayors of the local municipalities,
Ukuthi izimeya kanye nomasipala bendawo.
The result is that there is no representation by other stakeholders like civil society or ordinary residents.
Kubonakala sengathi akukho ukumeleleka okukahle okumelela imiphakathi kanye nabantu abahlala kuleyo ndawo.
Mayors are already swamped with work.
Kakade izimeya zinomsebenzi omkhulu osemahlombazo.
Now, the chairperson of the forum may invite any person to a meeting of the forum.
Ngakho usihlalo wenkomfa noma ikomiti angabiza noma ubani ameme ukuba eze kulezo zingxoxo.
There is no obligation to do so.
Kodwa kabophekile ukuthi akwenze lokho.
In other words, I think that important stakeholders will not form part of a forum.
Lokho ke okungenza ukuthi ngicabanga ukuthi ababambi iqhaza okufanele ngabe bamqoka ekubeni babe khona bazithola sebesishiwe ngaphandle.
My recommendation is that national or provincial government must call together all interested and affected parties in a municipality or even a water catchment to take place in such a forum.
Izincomo zami engizincomayo ezokuthi uhulumeni kazwelonke akathi uma kwenziwa izinkomfa kubizwe bonke abantu abanentshisekelo nalabo abafisayo ukuba khona bangababamba iqhaza kulezo zinkomfa ezisuke zikhona.
Now, in that section of the Act, there's not sufficient reference to the Disaster Management Act of 2002.
Kanti okunye futhi engikuphawulile ukuthi akukhulunywa kangako ngokuphathelene nokulawulwa kwezinhlekelele komthetho ka-57 wonyaka ka-2002.
There is no reference to consultation with the Municipal Disaster Management Center.
Akukho futhi ukuxhunywa noma ukuthintwa kwezikhungo zezokulawulwa kwezenhlekelele ezindaweni zikamasipala.
Am I done? Pardon? Is time up? Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thanks.
My advice is that document, please give it to Chileka. Yes. Be rest assured we are going to read it.
Ngizocela ukuthi lo mqulu unikeze lapha uchileka siyaqinisekisa ukuthi sizowufunda.
That.
Morenaka, ke dumedise setšhaba, ke dumedise le portfolio ka pela rona.
Greetings to everyone as well as the portfolio committee in front of us.
Ntshwarele hanyane fela ngwana mme. Mme ke kopa o ye mo mic-eng mo lo mfe lebitso la hao.
Can
Yeah.
you come again and tell us your name, please?
My name is Marika, M-A-R-I-K-A, van der Walt.
Igama lami uMarika van der Walt.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ah, thank you.
Ya emeng ka pela lona ke Thabo Kheswa ya tswang ko Ward 38 Soweto.
My name is Thabo Kheswa from Ward 38 Soweto.
Ke kopa ho tsebisa parlamente hore maobane ne le birthday ya ka.
I'd like Parliament to know that yesterday it was my birthday.
Modula stulo.
Chairperson.
Modula stulo. Re a tseba ha le batla re signa le re tlela dijo.
Chairperson, we know if you want us to sign, you bring food.
But today Ke a hanana le bill ena.
But today I disagree with this bill.
Ka mabaka a hore Mayora is not present,
Because of my mother is not present,
the mayor is not present,
the mayor is not present,
and the MEC is not present.
how more, even the MEC, how you mona.
Technically, we don't correct.
Empa
Technically, we don't correct
so hantle ha re a fella.
to accept this bill.
Ha re a fella bakeng sa re ka amohela bill ena.
Modula Stulo, re na le di-forum tse environmentally that are challenged.
Chairperson, we've got the forums that are that deals with environment that are challenged.
Talk to that.
Re kopa re le bue ka seo.
In Orlando West, we have streams that are flooded with silts of these mining dumps.
Orlando West re na le matsha e leng hore a tletse fela ha mmoho a na le dikgwerekgwere tse tswang di-mining.
And other mining belts around, other mining communities around the belt.
Ha mmoho ho na le dibaka kapa baduli ba dulang haufinyana le dibaka tsona tseo tse tsholetswe le hore di-mine di tsholela teng.
One success story of another environmental forum there is that they are hiring 50 employees as we speak. 50.
Taba e nngwe re ka bolelang yona e thabisang ke hore forum e nngwe ha re bua jwalo Orlando East e hirile basebetsi ba ka bang 50
in and around the mining communities
hona mo dibakeng tse e leng hore batho ba ahile haufi le di-mine
to green those toxic dumps.
e le hore ba kgone ho hlabolla dibaka tseo tse silafatsang.
Tell us how you're going to help those forums.
Re kopa le re bolelle hore di-forum tseo le tlo di thusa jwang.
Now, whilst we are still on the rivers,
ha ntse re bua ka taba tsena tsa dinoka,
there are,
ho na le dihwai haufinyana le mo dibakeng tseo.
and you know how traditional we are. Everything is a cow, a goat, and chickens, and so they drink on that river.
Mme le a tseba jwale ka batho ba latellang setso re na le dikgomo, dipudi, dinku le dikgoho di nwa hona dinokeng tseo.
And we buy those cows.
Hape re boele re reke dikgomo tseo.
So then I wonder, where is this department?
Ebe se ke ipotsa hore lefapha lena hantlentle le hokae.
You come today and you say we must sign.
Le be se le tla ka jeno le re bolella re lokela ho signa.
I want to plead, Chair,
Ke batla ho ipiletsa modulasetulo.
please have balance.
Re kopa re le ba le tekatekano.
I understand that you allow game farming.
Ra utlwisisa hore le dumelletse di hore batho ba ka bana le diphoofolo tsa meruo.
And the off-cut tsa teng di a sebedisetswa jewelry and the likes. Ha di sebedisetswa jewelry and the likes, it is allowed.
Diphoofolo tsa mofuta ena ra utlwisisa ho thwa ho a dumelwa haeba di sebedisetswa mabenyane.
And people that are involved in this game get caps.
Mme batho ba e leng hore ba ruile diphoofolo tsa mofuta ona ba fuwa mehope
for shooting these animals.
bakeng sa hore ba thunya diphoofolo tsena.
But you wake up and you contact the police to go and raid places like Faraday.
Empa lona ha se le tsoa hape le founela maponesa hore ba tsamaye ba lo tshwara batho mo le diplekeng tse tshwanang le bo Faraday.
You raid Faraday and you say all these traditional practices are nonsense.
Le bolela hore ha le fihla mo Faraday re ba lokela ho tshwara hobane dintho tsena tsa setso kaofela ke ditsie badimo.
But game farming is allowed.
Empa batho ba ka nna ba rua diphoofolo tse hlaha.
Chair,
modulasetulo,
your other SOEs, pick it up and city parks.
ha re bua ka dikgwebo tsa puso e leng pick it up
and city parks.
Le city parks.
I have discriminatory factors.
Ba kgetholla.
Because the services they provide in Sentin
Ditshebeletso tse ba fanang ka tsona Sandton
are not the same as the services they will offer in Dube.
ha di tshwane le ditshebeletso tse ba fanang ka tsona go Dube.
Therefore, I would say,
Ka hona se nka se buang ke sena.
please add also
re kopa hore le kenyelletse sena
That we
hape.
scrap out all these tenders and have full employment. Thank
Re
you.
re tsamaise re fedise ntho ena ya di-tender mme re hire batho ka ho toba.
Ndiyanibulisa nonke futhi ndiyayibulela into eniyenzayo yokuza apha.
I greet all of you, members of parliament, and I thank you for coming here.
Ukuthi nizosinceda nisilumkise.
That you come here to warn us.
Into engiyayithetha ngathi kwanina lento enizeleyo nigade.
Kancinci tata.
Lento enizeleyo nigade. Andif.
Kancinci nje ngenhlonipho enkulu. There are a few things we need to correct here.
Kunezinto nje ezimbalwa esifuna ukuzilungisa apha.
We are not government.
Asingorhulumente thina njengoba silapha nje.
We are the legislature.
Thina siyindlu yowisomthetho, parliament.
And we are not here to force you anything.
Asizelanga apha ukuzoninyanzelisa nangantoni na.
We are here to consult you.
Sizothethathethana nani.
We are telling you what parliament thinks.
Sinixelela iingcinga zeparlamente.
We are here to consult you about what happened here. About 20-something houses have been swept away by the streams, honorable members, just next door.
Sizothetha nani ngezinto ezenzekayo apha ekuhlaleni. Njengento eyenzekileyo apha ekuhlaleni umlambo iUXK okhukulise izindlu zabantu.
Jackski.
Jackski.
Yeah, we are here to speak about the rising sea levels.
Size apha sizothetha nani ngokunyuka komthamo wamanzi ezilwandle.
We are here to speak to you about floods.
Sizothetha apha nani ngezikhukhula.
We are here to talk to you about the droughts.
Sizothetha nani apha ngabantu abantywiliselekayo.
We're not, if you have signed the attendance register, it's confirmation that you were in a meeting. It is not to say that you have agreed with the bill.
Ukuba ngaba utyikitile apha uba ubukhona kule ntlanganiso, yinto leyo etshoyo uba ubukhona kule ntlanganiso, kodwa iyonto ethi unyanzelisiwe uba uvumele lo mthetho uyilwayo.
Now you have a right to stand here and tell us that you do not agree with the bill.
Unalo ke ilungelo lokuma apha phambi kwethu usixelele ukuba awuvumelani
And
nalo
there's
mthetho uyilwayo.
absolutely no problem.
Asinangxaki naloo nto kwaphela.
Are we fine?
Ngaba siyavumelana
Re-
naloo
re-
nto?
utlwana ne?
Siyevana.
Yeah. And then there was an issue about food.
Bekukhona kumba ke ngokutya.
Aye. We respect that there are people who came here early. That is why food, there were some snacks in the morning here. Right?
Siyayihlonipha into bakukhona abantu abafike kwakusasa apha yiyo le nto bekukhona ukutyana nokukhoyo pha ngaphandle.
But because of the passion of the people of Alex, they are participating in the climate change bill over and above food. Now we can't be told by a councillor that we did not organize food.
Ngenxa ke yokuba abantu base Alexandra bakhuthele kakhulu ukuxoxa apha bazile ngobuninzi babo bazawuthi bathi nxaxheba ngoko nguceba ukuba kange sibeke ukutya
That is
apha.
a disadvantage of arriving late.
Lilishwa ke lokufika emva kwexesha
If
elo.
you arrive late, ufika ukutya sekuphelile, ayongxaki yethu le.
Ubufike emva kwexesha and the food has been finished, that is not our problem at all.
But I thought we must focus. Singaluzi focus ngenxa ye-apile elodwa nyhani ke ngoku. Hayi, 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 hayi.
Ndicinga ke kuba noko masijolise emxholweni singazilibazisi nje because there was one apple or one banana here.
Sisase right mos.
Are we still okay?
Asinawuxatshaniso ye-apile man.
We can't quarrel because
Or-
of
or
an apple
banana.
or a banana.
And one of these honorable members towards the end is going to tell you proper things. Some proper things, not some apple. Proper things.
Xa sesigqibezela apha omnye wala malungu uzawundixelela ngezinto ezingcono kakhulu kune-apile. Asithethi njengeapile, sithetha ngezinto ezingcono.
Xolo tata ne. Xolo bekumele ndizilungise ezinye izinto. Sizozikhupha endleleni. Uyandiva ngoku ndithetha isiXhosa ngoba ndivuye xa uphakama uba uzawukhumsha isiXhosa. Ngoku ndingene emqheni.
I'm so sorry for taking your time. I just had to fix a few things.
Bensathi qala igama lami ngu-Edwin Mtshotsho phuma eMtswaledi.
My name is Edwin Mtsotso. I'm from Mutswaledi.
Bensathi lolu ncedo enuluzise kuthi
oluncedo eniluzise kuthi siyacela ukuthi nilugade.
I was just saying that the help that we've brought to us here, please monitor it.
Kuba kukho kwabakhona indaba ye-COVID.
Because we are just from the COVID pandemic,
Kanti kutholakala amathuba okuthi kurhwaphulizwe lonke elo ncedo lemali.
and the COVID pandemic brought with it a chance for people to do corruption.
Siyacela ukuthi into ezinjalo zigadwe.
We request that things like that must please be monitored.
Maqondana namafactory bendibona into ukuthi angaphazanyiswa.
As far as factories are concerned, I think they should not be disturbed.
Kungaske kube khona mhlambi imichini engathi apho kuphuma khona i-carbon dioxide eninzi ifunxa yonke lonto leyo.
Maybe we should provide machines where there's too much carbon dioxide, those machines should be able to suck it out.
And futhi kuncedwe nabantu aba abarecyclayayo ugovernment nabo ababonelele.
And the people, and the government should also help those people who are doing recycling.
Noba kwenziwa lo maqela lawo azonceda.
Even if there are those forums that are going to help,
Ungaske kukhuthazwe bona abantu bemetriki.
we should encourage people who have at least metric.
Kuba kudala bekade ungeke ubone amanzi egcwele yonke le ndawo.
Because in the past we used to see water all over this place.
Kodwa ngoku uthola amanzi agcwele yonke le ndawo.
But even now there's still water all over this place.
Siyacela nokuthi infrastructure ikhuthaze ikhipha ama-inspector abheke into ezinjalo.
And we also request that the Department of Infrastructure should employ monitoring people so that they can monitor things like that. They should have inspectors.
Okay.
Siyabulela.
Molweni mzonsundu.
Greetings to all of you, black people.
Zihlobo zam ndingutoli.
My friends, my name is Toli.
Dilapha Ward 1 apha eGauteng.
I'm from Ward 1 here in Gauteng,
Apho kuqala khona iward.
where the wards start.
Apho ndinethemba loba izinto zithethwa pha zizawuqala khona.
And I hope that everything that we're discussing here will start there.
Kodwa ndinengxaki yokuba ndide ndibe ngaka.
But I have a problem that I'm this old now.
Ndandiqhathwa kude kube ngoku.
People have been telling me lies until I'm this old.
Ngo ndithandisa ukuyothula nalo mnqwazi ngoba ndandiyothula kuqala.
And I'm telling you now that I'm not even going to remove this hat of mine because I used to do it in the past.
Inyeketya ukufa amanzi umoya oqhumayo izinto ezenziwa ngabantu abenza imali kwelizwe lethu.
All the problems that are happening here, the carbon dioxide, the carbon emissions, everything, the fires, those things are done by our people in this country of ours.
Xa sisifa loo mali ayikwazi ukusinceda.
And when we unfortunately die, that money does not help us.
Bayayazi abantu abenza imali bayakwazi nokunika imoto ezinhle nibe nento ezinhle nisenzele yonke into.
The people who are making a lot of money know what to do. They are giving you beautiful cars. They can do everything for you.
Ndiphakamele nje ukuzawuthi ke ngoku unje.
I just stood up here to say that we need help now. We need help today.
Ndiyaniva niyilegislature ewe enkosi ngokuza kwenu.
I hear that you are members of the legislature or members of national parliament. Thank you for coming here.
Xa ndinokuthi uye Orange Farm for 7 days uzawuhamba ii-hours ezimbini kuphela.
If you go to Orange Farm in 7 days, you'll only go there in 2 hours only.
Bendicela ke ngoku ke kuloo 7 days ndibone le nto sithetha ngayo apha i-visibility yezinto zonke niyazithetha nithi zii-forum nithi ziintoni ezizawusinceda nini.
And then in that 7 days, I want to see action. I want to see everything that we've discussed here happening. You're saying there are things like forums and everything. You say these things are going to happen. when are they going to happen?
ndimi kuloo ndawo ke ngoku ndicela into yokuba nihambe niyoxela into yokuba abantu bafuna le nto beniyizele apha siyayivuma siyayifuna mayize kungakange kube kuphela inyanga.
I will end it here, but I want you to go back and say, we agree with this bill, but it must happen now. We must not wait for a month to end before it happens.
Good afternoon, Chair, honourable members. Thank you for consulting.
Ndinibulise sihlalo, ndibulise namalungu abekekileyo, siyanibulela ngokubakho kwenu apha.
My name is Richard Worthington. I'm from West Dean, Ward 69, and I support the bill. But it needs to be strengthened. We've been... Richard Worthington.
Okay, my name is Richard. I'm from West Dean, Ward
69.
Ward 69.
Okay, I support the bill, but appeal to Parliament to strengthen this bill on a number of grounds. One, information.
Ndiyayixhasa lo mthetho uyilwayo, kodwa ndifuna nje ukuthetha ngento enye.
The bill should require information needed for decision-making to be made public without people having to use the law to get information.
Lo mthetho uyilwayo ke kufuneka ube nemfuno yokuba yonke into efunekayo, zonke iinkcukacha ezifunekayo zokupasisa zenziwe zibe sesidlangalaleni, kungafuneka abantu bade baye emthethweni ukuze bazazi.
If businesses want to keep information confidential for their commercial purposes, they should have to justify doing so, not the public having to justify getting the information.
Uba ngaba ke amashishini afuna ukugcina izinto ezithile ziyimfihlo ngenxa yoshishino lwawo, mabayenze lonto icace, kodwa mayingabi loluntu ngokwalo okufuneka lusokole luye ezinkundleni luzama ukufumana lo nkcazelo.
Penalties, we need meaningful penalties. For example, for the carbon budgets, it should be a criminal offence to make and then break promises.
Sifuna ke izohlwayo ezicacileyo futhi kulwabiwo-mali olulandelayo kufuneka yaziwe into yoba izohlwayo mazicace futhi mayibe lityala kakhulu ukufihla inkcazelo.
In the principles, it would be good to recognize that carbon budgets should be informed by who benefits from the emitting activities. The socio-economic benefits of emitting activities are relevant to who is allowed to emit.
Kanti ke kumigaqo-nkqubo aphaya izabiwo-mali kufuneka zicace kakuhle futhi kufuneka ucace uba ngubani kanye kanye ozawuxhamla.
This was recognized in the National Development Plan over 10 years ago, that carbon budgeting is not just about putting limits on big emitters, but also making sure that our development benefits everybody. That is what's behind a just transition.
Yayishiwo ke lento ngaphambili ku-NDP ukuba ulwabiwo-mali okanye i-carbon budgeting fanele yenziwe futhi ibe semthethweni.
And then finally, urgency. The National Climate Change Response Policy was adopted back in 2011. We have been waiting a long time for this bill.
Okokugqibela funeka sizenze izinto ngokukhawuleza ngokuba ngo-2011 kuye kwaphathiswa umthetho.
2011. Sorry? That was the policy, the National Climate Change Response Policy.
Sifuneka sizame ukukhawulezisa ukwenza izinto ngoba umgaqo-nkqubo lo wawupasiswe ngo-2011 kodwa ngoku siselapha sisathetha kanye ngalo mthetho uyilwayo.
So the bill should include timeframes for implementation of all of the measures, both for adaptation and for mitigation.
Lo mthetho uyilwayo ke funeka ube nexesha elibekiweyo bozawuseba kanjani ukwenziwa kwawo kwakunye nokutshintshwa kwezinto.
In particular, the setting of sectoral emissions targets and carbon budgets, timeframes should be set for that. We have waited too long already.
Ngokungakumbi phaya kwi-carbon budget funeka kubekwe ixesha ngoba kudala.
So as a member of the Climate Justice Coalition, I wish you strength in your deliberations. Thank you for consulting, and please strengthen this bill and get it through as quickly as possible.
Siyacela kuba lo mthetho upasiswe ngokukhawuleza futhi uqiniswe njengelungu le-carbon njengelungu le-carbon budgeting forum ndicela lo mthetho ukhawuleziswe ukupasiswa. Ndiyabulela.
Ngihlonipha indawo ke hlompile tulo le sebaka ke re Friday mense go ye more kgotsong
Ndihloniphele ndawo ndiyanibulisa nonke nilapha.
macheroni ka Tshivenda
Ndiyabulisa kanjalo ngesifela.
mina nguNonhlanhla Cynthia Phehla.
My name is Nonhlanhla Cynthia Phehla.
I'm from Kliptown Walter Sisulu Square.
Ndisuka eKliptown eWalter Sisulu Square.
Informal settlement,
Leyo ke indawo yemikhukhu.
but I'm never a community leader nje sizena ama community leader wethu ngizo represent umphakathi.
I'm here representing my community. I'm here with other community leaders.
By ukuthi ngivule ngivumelana nale bill
I support this bill.
regarding to the chapter 6
Ngokuphatheleleyo chapter 6
objects of acts.
injongo zomthetho.
Ngiye ngaba over concerned ngama principles
I was concerned about the principles.
regarding njengoba ugovernment isicela ukuthi engage kakhulu nama entrepreneurs, ama NGOs, ama private sectors, so that implement more than I thought of food gardening so that sizokwazi ukuthi sisave environment yethu.
That the government should engage mostly with entrepreneurs, with community leaders, and the business people, so that we should be able to empower the people in our environment.
Regarding our food gardening projects to start with, I thought of it. And then nama campaigns, nama educational programs.
The first thing I thought about was food production projects and educational projects.
And then also our youth, because our youth sometimes by use a lento kuthiwa i-walker pipe. So that in our sizokwazi ukuba inform ukubaluleka ukuthi ukwazi ukugcina i-environment yethu.
I'm also concerned about our youth. Our youth is using what is now called a Wonga pipe. So we need to educate our youth so that they could be able to protect our environment.
Yes, that's why I said government must engage community members to learn and implement development different cultures.
Yonke lento ndithi urhulumente makathethathethane nabantu akwazi ukuba abaxhobise bazokwazi ukulungisa izinto yethu.
Regarding futhi kakhulu opportunity, job opportunities.
Ngokungakumbi amathuba emisebenzi avelayo.
Yes, because lapayana thina kakhulu kuma informal settlement, the droughts and the floods, there's a problem, most of it. Government kumele agijime aye khona ngoba kuba nama problems. Niyabona na kuma TV each and every year. Niyabona ukuthi kwenzakalani kuma informal settlements, more especially Kliptown must implement.
Because with us who are staying at informal settlements, the government must please come help, because there are normally floods and there are people who are drowning here. You have seen it on TV, you have seen it in the news, especially for us people who stay in Cape Town.
Regarding about chronic diseases, lala nabantu aba old ngalesikhathi, I thought of TB ama lungs, because most abanye abantu baba ne asthma because we are inhaling all the time.
Regarding chronic diseases, we stay with people here who are old, people who are suffering from diseases. I can mention here a disease like TB. We need to, because we are inhaling this every time.
And then neikanga lapaya, ikanga.
And then the fells around us.
The fells, these people who are making recycling is never wrong, but now the point is, when they use that recycling, they burn the fire. It's whereby sibane challenge alok that fire leso smogo lezo.
Ayongxaki ke kakhulu leyo kodwa aba bantu benza i-recycling ngelinye ixesha bayatshisa phaya and we have a problem with that smoke.
Yes. Then it's all about that. So government asibonelele siyacela ngoba government wethu there's no way to cry for Tina. And then sicela sibonga for the freedom of speech parliament but njengoba sebeshilo ukuthi kumele kufuneka abantu abazoholda this budget kungabi ne corruption because we are tired of corruption. Ngoba izinto la South Africa kuyakhulunywa ubewe mulawu then at the end of the day it fades away.
That is all I had to say, but please, we need the government to monitor this. There must please be no corruption because here in South Africa, everything happens and then there's corruption, everything fades away. I thank you for coming here. I thank you for allowing us to talk. I thank you for allowing us to exercise our freedom of speech.
Ngoba ukulimala kwale climate yethu ukulimala komuntu ukulimala kwengqondo ukulimala kwengqondo ukulimala komndeni ukulimala komndeni ukulimala komphakathi okwesizwe.
I thank you. I know, quoting from a poet by Mzwakhe Mbuli, ukulimala kwengqondo ukulimala komuntu. Thank you.
Mjan, why do you switch my mic off? Why? Why? Chief, can you interpret that part? You interpret that part.
Okay, I'll summarize it like this.
Don't summarize it, interpret it.
No, it's difficult now because it's long. But I think you understand, Chair.
I would like to greet each and everyone.
Ndingathanda
In Jesus'
ukubulisa.
name, we also thank God that give us this opportunity and to come and learn. I'll just blush in other things whereby regarding the information that we get today, I'm so pleased and glad. But although, first I'll start to introduce myself. I'm Gladstone Mutlatsi Sibanyoni.
My name is President Mtlatsi Sibanyoni.
From Ward 33, Rockville, Soweto.
I'm from Ward 33 in Rockville, Soweto.
I'm also on the development. I'm a member of ACDP as a chair.
Nam ndikwabanye abasebenzela uphuhliso ndililungu le-ACD Chair.
All right, about this climate changing bill, it is a good thing.
Ngokwalo mthetho uyilwayo ndicinga uba lo mthetho uyilwayo yinto entle.
But my problem is I'm not going to agree with it now. The reason why, I think a year it's too short.
Kodwa ke andizuvumela nayo kwangoku ngoba ndicinga uba umnyaka nje lixesha elifutshane kakhulu.
My reason why I'm saying this is because, as I said, I agree with it. It is a good thing.
Isizathu esenza uba nditsho ke nje babe senditshilo uba ndiyavumelana nawo kodwa.
The reason why I'm saying that is because now, as from here, as all with these other members, we need to go back to our community and share with our community. Hence why we're here today, because we're working with the community to bring change and the development in our community.
Njengoba senditshilo ke njengoba sonke silapha nje sifuneka sibuyele emva kubantu abasithumileyo sizokwazi ukwabelana nabo ngezinto zonke esizivileyo apha ngoba kakade sisebenzela bona.
Hence why I'm saying this, because if like we're going to give it a year, it's a short period of time where we need to go and teach people. And Mama Tandi, she wants also share the little information with us on Wednesday.
Njengoba senditshilo ke ixesha lonyaka lixesha elifutshane kakhulu ukuba singakwazi ukufundisa abantu njengoko noMama Thandi betshilo.
Yes, we did share what we have about climate change. Some of other things that are going to be applied by the legal laws.
Ewe kona nabelene nathi ngezinto zolutshintsho lwemozulu kodwa ke nathi sisafuna ukwesixoxe ngayo futhi sibone uba ungena phi na nonyazeliso mthetho.
Okay, before I finish, there are other things that why I'm not agreeing with this, why I'm asking the parliamentary and share with the colleagues.
Ngaphandle kokuba ke ndigqibe apha isizathu nje esinye senza uba ndingakwazi ukuvumelana nomthetho kuwesihlalo namalungu eParliament abekekileyo.
Yes, we're here to come and vote and agree that the parliament, you have to improve this bill. Hence, I'm saying it's too soon for now. The reason why, go back to our religions as a culture, as us darkies, blacks. I'm sorry to say that I don't know in the other opposite side, how did they do things?
Ewe kona njengoba sikhona apha singabantu siyavumelana nokuba nisifundisile ngalomthetho kuni futhi nathi kufuneka sibuyele emva kubantu bethu andazi uba singalisebenzisa kanjani nakakade inkcubeko yethu njengoba nditshilo uba thina singabantu abamnyama andazi uba ndingasebenzisa eliphi igama ke apho.
Okay, on the way we're in certain ceremonies that we apply at home, can be funeral, wedding, anything. Yes, normally we need to burn the fire from the floor, which is one of the costs.
Kwimicimbi ke esiye siyibambe emakhayeni wethu mhlawumbi imingcwabo njalo njalo kuba khona into esiyitshisayo apha phansi.
Hence why I'm raising this.
Yiyo le nto ndiphakamisa oku.
I'm raising this because we need to go back again to our community.
Asibuyele emva sibuyele kubantu besiphuma kubo.
Acknowledge them that they will going to be the changes regarding of what we do.
Siqaphele futhi sibabonile.
Hence, also about service delivery from the city parks and pick it up.
Kwakhona ngokuziswa kwenkonzo kusuka ku city parks ne pick it up.
We are no longer getting the freezer bags.
Asifumani ingxowa zenkukuma.
Sometimes while we're finding our open field, there's a full of dumps there on the open field.
Yiyo ke lento ufika silahle inkukuma nje phaya kwipark kwakunye na njengaphandle kwimihlaba engahlali mntu.
I'm raising this because when you take a look, we are no longer, we are not the same. In our houses, some houses they have paving, some they don't have a paving. During this rain, there are weeds that are growing like I don't know what I can say.
Na njengoba ndibe apha ke siyazi uba singabantu abangafaniyo sisuka kumakhaya angabafaniyo. Amanye amakhaya anayo imigangatho i-paving kanti amanye awanayo.
Which pick it up doesn't take those things when they come and collect the beans, and even if you put it in a plastic bag, they don't take it, they just leave it there.
Kanti ke i-pick it up ayizithathi izinto ezingekho zingxoweni noma ungayifaka nje kwi-plastic bag bazawuyijonga nje bayishiye apho.
Hence I said our cultures, they were no longer the same. All what I'm stated now, those weeds, normally we used to burn at our back houses, or sometimes we take it to a pen field and then we burn. Due to climate change, we are no longer able to do that. Hence why I say it's too soon. Let us go back to our community and enforce this, and also ask our chair.
Njengoba senditshilo ngoba siphuma kwiinkcubeko ezingafaniyo ngaphambilana phaya besikwazi ukuba siyithathe lento siyitshise phaa ngasemva kodwa ngoku asisavumelekanga ngenxa yale mithetho emitsha yotshintsho lwemozulu.
Ngiyabonga ngizocela iparliamentary ukuthi ikhulume no-city parks, ikhulume no-pick it up. Ngiyacela kini ukuthi kube yini elidlulisela lo mlayeza. Hence one of our brothers once mentioned ukuthi i-service yasesilungwini ne-service yasekhaya ayifani. Reason why I'm saying this, we sleep without the bins being taken. Hence where the community take those bins and go and dump there.
Therefore, I would request the parliament to be the one that speaks on behalf of us with city parks so that they can come and collect the refuse. We know that we are not the same as black people and white people, but please, parliament must be able to.
I never mentioned the race. I said those who stay in the suburb and the ones at our townships.
Kange nditsho ke ngokuhlanga kodwa ndithe abahlala ezidolophini nabahlala ezilokishini.
I ask you, Chair.
Ukulimala komuntu, ukulimala kwengqondo, ukulimala kwengqondo, ukulimala komthakathi. Ukulimala komthakathi kusho ukuthi isikhathi sakho sishayile.
That is your time is up.
Thobela kamkalina,
Sinebulise nonke, greetings to you all.
including the portfolio committee consent.
Kuquka nekomiti yemicimbi ekhoyo apha echaphazelekayo.
Ke dumellana le ho support-a le this climate change bill.
I support this climate change bill.
My name is Moloko Kataka.
Igama lami nguMoluko Kataka.
I'm from the region D Soweto.
Ke tswa ko Region D ko Soweto
go Mapetla Ward 16.
at Mapetla Ward 16.
Ke member ya the NPO called Potsele Rengwa Project.
I am a member of an NPO called Potsele Rema Project.
I'm the chairperson of the Civil Society Federation called Sangua.
Ke modula stulo wa kopano ya setšhaba e bitswang Sangoa.
Before ke tswela pele ke na le contribution ya ka e nyane.
Before I continue, my contribution is very brief.
Ke ntho tse pedi, ke solutions and policies
Only two aspects, solutions and policy.
on pollution.
Ga re bua ka go tshilafatsa ga moya.
And the contribution tsa ka tse pedi they are based on greenhouse gas emissions and removals.
My input is going to be based on the following, on the greenhouse gas emission and removals.
Which is chapter 5.
E leng kgaolo ya botlhano.
I would like to quote one of the environmentalist and philosopher.
Ne ke rata gore ke tsopune o mong o e leng gore o dira ka tikologo e bile ke philosopher.
Who is George Hegel.
E leng George Hegel.
I quote,
Ke ka motswapona mo.
tragedy is not the conflict between right and wrong.
Ore kotsi ga se taba ya go se tsamaisane pele ga se lokileng le se sa lokang.
But the conflict between right and right.
E fela ke go se tsamaisane pele ga dilo tse lokileng le se se lokileng gape.
Close quote. Solution number one ya ka mo government, especially the department concerned.
Tharabollo ya ka ya pele mo lefapheng le maleba.
Number one,
La sa pele,
the companies that are polluting rivers,
di company tse e leng gore di silafatsa dinoka,
oceans and groundwater
le mawatle le metsi a ka mo tlase ga lefatshe.
with toxic hydrogen sulfide
Ka di toxic hydrogen sulfide
and carbon disulfide gas.
le di gase tse ding tse e leng gore di kotsi, di carbon gas
And other hazardous chemicals must be severely punished.
le tse ding go tshwanetse e le gore ba kry-a kotlo
For environmental damage,
ka gore bona ba senya tikologo.
the government must encourage public meetings
Puso e tshwanetse e rotloetse gore go nne le dikopano tsa setšhaba
to be held continuously to discuss ways of cleaning up the valleys.
gore ba nne ba dule ka nako tsotlhe ba bua ka taba tsa go phepafatsa tulo tsa rona,
Rivers and oceans
le dinoka le mawatle
and contaminated water supplies.
le metsi a e le gore a silafaditswe.
Number three, a solution to pollution.
Tse di mo ntlheng ya boraro mo ke tlang ka tharabollo ya go silafatswa ga moya.
On budget allocation,
Mo tabeng ya kabelo madi,
a bigger percentage of environmental spending must not be devoted to pollution cleanup.
bontsi ba yona ga ya tshwanela gore e isiwe mo e leng gore go tlo go phepafatswa mo e leng gore go silafaditswe teng tikologo.
Instead, it must be devoted to pollution prevention.
E tshwanetse e iriwe mo thibelong ya go silafatswa ga tikologo.
Solution number 4, which is number last,
Se seng sa tharabollo ya bone e leng yona ya bofello,
pollution prevention
gore re kgone gore re thibele tshilafatso ya tikologo
or input pollution control.
kgotsa go nne le mekgwa ya go laola tshilafatso ya tikologo.
Reduces or eliminates the input of pollutants.
Re kgone gore re theole le gore re fetse ka dilo tseo tse le gore di a silafatsa
And waste into the environment.
le tseo tse le gore di silafatsa tikologo ya rona.
This approach is summarized in biologist Barry Commoners.
Seo mokgwa o ile wa bua ke logist e leng Barry Commoners.
Barry's Commoners law of pollution prevention.
Yena ona a bua ka melao wa go thibela tshilafatso ya tikologo.
I quote Barry Commoners.
Ke ile ka tswa ponage yena Barry Commoners.
He said, if you don't put something into the environment,
Ore ga go sena sepe se se kenya mo tikologong.
it isn't there.
Ga se yo. Are ke fella fao.
Pollution can be prevented
Go tshilafatswa ga tikologo re ka kgona gore go thibela.
or at least reduced by the 3 R's of resource use.
Le gore re kgone gore re fokotse ka gore re dirise di diriswa ka mokgwa o maleba.
Number 1, which is reduce,
Ya pele go theola go fokotsa
reuse,
go diriswa gape
and recycle.
gape le go iswa gore di kgone gore di ntšhafatswe di diriswe gape.
And on policies,
Ga re tla mo di policy
the first step quick,
kgato ya pele
the first step in establishing environmental policy
ntlha ya pele ya gore go simolwe policy ya tikologo
or any other policy
kgotsa like ba policy efe
is to persuade lawmakers
go rotloetsa badira molao
that the problem exists
gore go na le bothata bo leng teng
and that the government has a responsibility to fight.
ba re puso o tshwanetse gore abe a kgone gore a nke dikgato gore a kgone gore a rarabolle mathata ao ba re ba kopa gore o di ise mola ba kgone go di ngoga.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Le fela pelo ne? Le sa fela pelo.
Don't be impatient.
Must tolerate one another. So romela fela molaetsa gore ha mpona ke ema honorable Dlamini o tshilo jwalo akere gore ha mpona ke ema wena o dule fatshe.
Mr. Kameni says that when I stand up, it means that your time is up. You must sit down.
Ekare ke sentse ka o le jwetsa gore le hlahile TV.
Maybe it was my mistake by telling you that we are live on TV.
Hey, jwale motho o mong le mong o ipatla mo jwa.
Yeah, it looks like everyone wants to be here.
My friend, ke nako ya wa o qala we. Yeah, we na mkhotsi. Yeah. Re ka mo jwa. But let's be clear. We're taking a last set of hands. Are we agreed?
A re dumelaneng gore re tsea matsogo a bofello ra dumelana kere.
Lona ba khotsi ba ka le tlo kgathala theosang matsogo. Akere ke tswa kam. Yanong ke ya kam. Ha ke tswa kam. Ke tla kam.
We are from this side.
Agreed?
We now go to the other side.
Yeah. Sorry? No, le sang kwella. Mchan, my meeting this one, not yours.
Let us not scream.
Don't do
Let's
that.
have discipline, please.
Don't do that. Don't do it. No, don't do it. You are doing exactly what I'm saying you must not do. Yes. But also we can't tell, no, we can't be told by you. If you feel impatient with us, there's an exit there. You can leave. No, Chief. This is not your meeting. You must respect these people. We're going to take 5 hands here, this side. And we take 5 hands this side. And we close the meeting.
Re tlo go nka matsogo a matlhano ka mo letlhakoreng le re bua re nke matsogo a mang a matlhano ka mo letlhakoreng lela e be re feditse re tswalela kopano ya rona.
Lona makhomtsotsi se le inotile makhomtsotsi le ipitsitse mo nna ke bitsitse mokgotsi o wa ka All right. There's a hand here. Itlantate. Itlama. Right. Kushebile ne? Wena bro. Oh. Kushebi. Do let them more Kushebi. Give me 5. This is 5, right? Yeah, give me 5 here. Ke batla qala kwa go morago because ne ke ba notile wa bona. Ase ka lenyatso akere. Mokgotsi o le wa bona mokgotsi o le wa hempe blue. Ha ke tla ka mo mandi xelele istori sakhe. Mandiza ngapha uza ngapha. Mandiza ngapha uza ngapha. Kanti ndimjongile. Yabona? Ngoku ndifuna umbona uba xa ndimbizayo uzawuza ngapha or uzawuza ngapha. Izamhlekazi. Yeah. Right. There's you sis. Wena umama martlaya. Ne ke re sisi mara wena umama tlaya. Right. Wetsi ke rata bo mme jentse mfe chance ke lokise ntaba ka le bo mme ma. Bontate theosang matsogo ganyane fela ke batlo lokisa something le bo mme ke atla mo lona. En la bona le dutse le 3. La itse ke no le geta le 3. Or 2 theositse. Closed. Pelen. Tsamaya le setulo sa gago. Ka mphathe le setulo. Eyogqibela ke le line. Ukhona omnye utata khawuthi kancinci njani. Nangu lo mama. Thatha leso setulo sakho mama ungene pha. Ungokugqibela ke wena. Moja morago ke kgosi. Le mona ke re wa apere yang. A gona motho o mongwe go moraga gagwe. A gona ntsotsa. Right. Masiqhubeke ba.
Manibulise molweni.
Let me greet you.
Mna ndingumelikhaya kaQhoboshiana.
My name is Melikaya Koboshiane.
Ku-Ward 24 ihlala emikhukhwini pha eMtswaleti.
I'm from Ward 24, an informal settlement, Mutswaledi.
Mandilibula elelithuba ndiyivuma into esingayo apha.
Let me thank you for this opportunity, and I support this bill that we are gathered here for.
Into ebangela uba ndiyivume kungenxa into yoba ndibona abantu baseParlamente.
The reason why I support this bill is because I see members of parliament here.
Akunawuphinda ke ngoku kwenzeke lamlo niwenzayo eParlamente kuthiwa urhulumente ophetheyo akayanga ebantwini xa edrafta umthetho omtsha lo.
Therefore, it will not happen that people will accuse you of not having come to the people when you are drafting a bill because you have come to the people.
Masibulele ke lonto sizawuthi ke ngoku nomnye umthetho ozothi ungene mawuze ebantwini sizobona abantu bangafuni i-service delivery phakathi kwala Parliament.
Let us thank you therefore for coming here so that any other bill that will be passed must come to the people so that we can see who are these people who do not want service delivery in that parliament.
Nembaleni. Ixolo mhlekazi ngoba kunamakhampani ebekhe wathetha omnye utata apha ethetha ngenxa yento yoba like njengangoku into yoba sinombane ngoku amakhala nifuna ukwandisa ufaka amalahle phezu kwalomoya siwuthetha ngawo ukuthi uyangcolisa.
There are companies here that are working. We know that we have electricity here, but there are companies that want to use coal. Even if we have this climate change bill that we are talking about, we are having this carbon that is a problem with us, but people are still wanting to use coal.
Bendizawubuza kulaa ndawo into yoba imalunga naphi na la proposal yayisenzeka into yoba makuze igesi okanye solar system na.
Therefore, I would ask, where is that process where we had said it must either be gas or a solar system that should be used? Where is that process now as we speak?
Dingene ke ngokwezokuhlala ngoba hayi kwesesizwe ngoba zezesizwe ezobendizibuza. Ezokuhlala njengoba sihlala emikhukhwini takataka. Eyona nto isiphazamisayo ile dark and dive yenziwa ngungqokelela ecology.
When coming to local issues, as people who are staying at informal settlements, the problem that we have is this collusion or coalition government.
Yeah. Ngenxa yendoba izi service delivery azizi ebantwini ngesimanga salonto ngoba kuchintshwa ama MMCs. Njalo sizoloko sikhala sithi urhulumente osiphetheyo akasebenzi kanti kungenxa yesimo esikhoyo phakathi kwenu.
Because of that, the service delivery is not coming to the people because MMCs are being changed day in and day out. We as a community will think that we have problems. We do not want to bring service delivery, but it is because of the problems that are happening amongst students.
Njengapha ekuhlaleni eMtswaleti kunamanzi ehla esenyuka sasithenjisiwe usukela koParkstown kungekangeni urhulumente wonhlanganisela kwafumanise into yoba sizawuyenza lana into yoba kube namanzi amapipe azocontrola amanzi ehla ezitratweni emikhukhwini.
Like where we stay in Mutsualeti, there's water that is running down the street. We were promised even before by people like Parkstown, even before these coalition governments of today, but that water is still running down our streets.
Sikhathazekile.
We are not happy.
Siyacela bantu bakwarhulumente zinkokheli zam khanizame ukudlulisa lo mbandela ngekukhawuleza ukwenzela into yoba sikwazi into yoba sisebenze and hayi ukuthi lokho kuthunyelwa abantu ngoba abakwazi impilo esiphilayo thina phakathi kwemikhukhu yethu. Mayibe khona i-leaders ezimenywayo ezizokwazi ukusebenzisana nabantu bakarhulumente phakathi kokuhlala abazazi imfuno zabantu.
We therefore request you, members of the government, you must please send people to come to our communities because the people that normally come there are people who do not know our problems as the community. We need leaders to come to our community so that they can see our problems, the problems that we are facing there as the community.
Enkosi mntakwethu, ndibulela imbeko yakho nudluliso lombandela sikwenzeni into yoba i-service delivery ize kuthi nomthetho ezophinda ngoku ozayo ukubekwa mawuze bahlalini sikwazi ukudraft ukuthi sizakwenzani ngabantu baseparlamente abamoshi iparlamente xa kuthetha urhulumente.
Thank you very much for coming to us. Even a new bill that will be drafted must please come to the people so that we know what to do with the people who are working against our government.
Sanibonani.
Greetings to you.
Igama mina ndinguSiphamandla, I'm from Ward 17, Kliptown.
My name is Pamandla from Ward 17, Kliptown.
Okokuqala into bengizothanda ukuthetha ngayo, it is whereby ngiyabona kumqulu 9 kukhona la kumention umasipala khona.
The first thing that I would like to talk about is that I see that in program 9, there's somewhere where we talk about local government, the municipality.
Yes. Okokuqala sihlala ku-informal settlement. Kule informal settlement esihlala kuyo sinama dumping sites amaningi. Whereas sinalama dumping sites amaningi esinawo, sihlala nabantu ekuwukuthi kuqala badala, sinabantwana ekuwukuthi bahlala lapho.
As we are staying in an informal settlement, there are many dumping sites that are there, and we stay with older people and also children.
Yes. And okunye phezu kwaloko futhi to add on that ukuthi sihlala nabantu abadala nabantwana. Hence abantwana bedlala bayaya ku dumping site bayodobha izinto. Hence bedobha izinto babuya nazo badlala ngazo. Secondly kubantu abadala, elderly people kunale nkinga yokuthi abanye banama chronic diseases, TB, wena asthma, you may name them.
As I've mentioned that we stay with old people and we stay with children as well. The children have a tendency to go to those dumping sites to play there and they bring substances there and those substances are dangerous to them. It's because they are suffering from asthma, TB and everything else.
Yes, okunye futhi when those like bo pick it up kanje, uma befika bo pick it up, even though be cleaner, abacleanisisi, because the same waste le abayicleanayo bayishiya khona lapho uma beqeda bayichise bayishiye kanjalo.
Even if companies like Pick It Up come to clear the waste, but they do not do it properly, sometimes they leave the waste there, other times they will burn it there and leave it like that.
Yes, and okunye futhi bengathanda ukuyimention leyo nto le. Hence I've said clip down what 17. I mean clip down what 17 where the freedom esikuyo manje ekukuthi siya enjoy today. It was dotted there in clip down Olthatsi Sulu Square, a Charter Square 1955. But yet still as clip downians, even manje ngimdala ngaka nginabantwana bami, we are still using bucket system. How is that not affecting?
Chilo ke ndifuna ukuyicacisa noba ndisuka e-Clip Town e-Ward 17. I-Clip Town le yilanda okwakutyikityiwe kuyo umqulu wenkululeko le singayo ngoku. Kodwa nangoku ii-toilet zethu zisezitoilet sizibiza ngoba i-bucket system. Ingenzeka kanjani uba iqhubeka into enjalo futhi ayiphembeleli na loo nto kwelu tshintsho lwemozulu sithetha ngawo?
And okunye futhi to add on that, brother from Cliptown mentioned that ukuthi Orlando substation, yes, they do release amanzi and low manzi lawo ane chemical and yet leyo chemical le ayisiphathi kahle because yet still kunabantwana ababuye bayodlala khona lapho.
Njengomnumzana ongaphambi kwami ke bekwatsho apha kune power station phaa eOrlando. La power station eseOrlando iye ichithe amanzi athile, lo manzi lawo kanti ane chemicals and abantwana bayaya phaya bayodlala ngawo, loo nto iye benzakalisa.
Yes. And again, sikhuluma ngama floods. Lama floods brother wa mentionile, yet still I'm going to mention them. Those floods ekukuthi ziye zenzeke lapho if disaster management ikhona, those entities, disaster management, pick it up, JRA, we are having sewers and I think sonke lana sigcwele la. Sinaleyo problem yokuthi la sihlala khona we are having sewers ekukuthi they run all over the streets.
Njengoba benditshilo ke njengokutshiona ngaphambili futhi uba sithetha ngezikhukhula apha enezikhukhula ziyenzeka phaya njengoba ndisitsho nje kulezindawo sihlala kuzo kuqhubeka kukhona ezikhukhula kukhona futhi nogutyulo lwelindle olungenzekiyo kwezindawo sihlala kuzo.
So bengicela ukwazi how ayikho like njengoba sithi sange-climate change i-affecteka kangakanani na hence kusenzeka into ezifana nazo lezo sibe enye into futhi to add on that it was like bekungaba mnandi if those municipal as in like pick it up wena JRA yodila ngama-sewers uthi kanti nawe uhlezi nathi la.
Njengoba sithetha ke nje njengolu tshintsho lwemozulu bendingathanda ukwazi ukuba inkampani ezifana no-Pick It Up o-JRA bebengaba khona apha njengoba sithetha nje ngogutyulo lwelindle uba ngaba loo nto ichaphazela kanjani na ukutshintsha kwemozulu. Bendingathanda uba nabo kube bebekhona apha xa sithetha ngalo mthetho uyilwayo.
Ngoba njengoba silapha nje asikho lapha for thina sodwa silapha for umphakathi and nabantwana bona laba baseyikolweni how are we going to educate them if bona labo bantu labo abezi nabo bazohlala nathi la so then they can give us proper information ukuthi kahle kahle yini into why they do not give us ama refusal bags so then sizokwazi ukudila nemfucumfucu yethu.
As we are here, we are not here for ourselves. We are here for our children who are at school. We are here for the community. We need to be able to teach them. So those people from Pick It Up and JRA should be here so that they can teach our children. Also, they need to tell us why they are not giving us those refuse bags so that we can use them.
So we do agree with the bill, but we disagree with it, Nyabong.
Siyavumelana ke nalo mthetho uyilwayo kodwa kanjalo asivumelani nawo.
Sanibonani.
Greetings.
Sizoqala sibingelele abantu abamhlophe ngokuya kanjalo ngezihlalo.
We'll start greeting the white people and going along with all the chair.
Igama lami ngukwenzo kwakhe ngwakambatha.
My name is Gwenzogwake Mbata.
Ngisukuma nginesikhalo kakhulu. Ngiyavumelana nale bill ukuthi ingasebenza.
I do agree with the bill, although I have something that I...
Nizongibulalisa ngomambatha manje because undatumbathu uyakhuluma la nina niyaraza umambathu uyangishawuta la. Ngiyanicela please. Qhubeka Ntate Mbatha.
Okay, ngiyabonga. Ngizocela ukusebenzisa ulimi lebele okuyisiZulu.
I would like to use my own language, which is isiZulu.
Kunale sisho esithi azibuyele emasisweni. Kunale sisho esithi azibuyele emasisweni.
There is a saying in Zulu that say "Azibuyele emasisweni," or back to our land.
No.
Or back to our roots.
Ngokusho kanjalo angisho ukuthi sihleke, ngizama ukuniquotela something engasiza kule nkinga esibhekane nazo.
By saying that, I'm not saying you should laugh. I just want to address the problems that we have.
Mangake sibuke kudala indlela imfuyo nezitshalo nokunakekela kwamanzi kwagwema ukuthi kube nezikhukhula.
If we can go to the olden days by looking at our flocks and what we plant, we didn't have any floods during those times.
Ngoba sasikunakekela sikuvikela and kwangakhozi inkinga esibhekana nazo manje.
Because we used to protect that and it didn't cause any problems that we are facing right now.
Okay ke safika ke sashintshwa inxa yesimo sokuqhubeka kwempilo sashintsheka.
And we started changing as we were carrying on with life.
Yeah, masingake sibheke iSoweto most of the time. Indawo esengozini ngama floods.
If we can look at Soweto, it's a place that is in danger of flooding.
Ngenxa yokuthi municipality noma ama mayor ama drain akhona kodwa ablockile akunamuntu ofikayo afike ewanakekela ukuthi aqhubeke adrain amanzi.
We do have the drainage system, but nobody takes care of that. Even the municipality, they don't send anyone to look after that.
Yebo eyokuqala inkinga leyo eyama drain eyamanzi. Shuthi leyo ibhekane nohulumeni okuyena esibhekane naye manje.
That's the first problem. Mainly, it's of the government that we are facing.
Sibuyeke size kulokho okungcoliswa kweintuthu nani nani.
And then we come back to the pollution of the smoke.
Emalokishini sonke siyazi kunabo Staspuru abotasika abobanibani abotaspuru bakhena ikhimo. So angeke uzuthi angayenzi air pollution ngoba uzokuthetha mangayeka ukukhemika la ngizodla ini.
In our places of dwelling or the location, we have a lot of people who are car mechanics who have to work. If you can tell them to stop working because of air pollution, they would tell you what will they eat if they stop doing that.
Mese uthola abanye abaphandi amadoda ahlezi adila nokushisa izinto ukuze ezokwazi ukubeka isinkwa etafuleni.
And then you find others who are working who have to burn some of the things so that they get food to live.
Manje make singake sibhekisise baphathi ukuthi masingathi asimeni kancane ukushisa sizoba nawo yini umzamo ukuthi laba abaphila ngaleyo nto leyo bekhona ukuqhubeka bephila.
If we can tell those people that they should stop burning, will they have money to live or their sustenance?
Mese sibuya kule yama rivers wala around.
And we want to talk about the streams that we have around.
Ngithe asibuyele emasisweni dala ama rivers wethu banezinto ezikampelayo ezivikelayo ukuthi uma kuza ama floods nani esifakwe amatshe ukuthi zigcine kulawo matshe lawo zingajump sesijumpele ngalo.
Before, in those rivers we used to have barricades that would stop people from jumping from there or the water from crossing over to the people.
Mese ngibuya lana kunomfethu usuka la othi kunabatwana bahambe bedobha imfundiso iqala endlini.
Another one of my brothers said there are kids who go on in where we stay, where they pick up some of the things.
Imfundiso iqala endlini.
You teach people from home.
Yeah, uma ufundisa ingane ayi ungahamba uthatha izinto estradeni.
If you teach
naye uzoyenza sure ukuthi makahlezi nabantu nezinye ingane akakuthathi okusemgwaqeni.
If you teach your kids not to go and pick up things in the street or to people, the kid will make sure that they don't do that because you train them from home.
Siba nenkinga ke bantu Siyahambisa ikhalo njengomnumzana uDlamini ushilo ukuthi asilazi ilanga elizobuyisa ngalo ikhalo zethu. Sicela ukuthi lisheshe liqhamuke kungaze kube isikhathi eside ngoba makube isikhathi eside kulimala izinto eziningi and makulwa indlovu indawo ejayele ukulimala ile phansi yithi esilimalayo nini niphezulu nirelaxile. Siyabonga.
We do bring in our complaints, so sometimes our complaints are not answered. So if maybe you can come back quicker to answer those complaints, because some of the things that get damaged when there's flooding, it's the floor.
Dumelang, ke a le dumedisa.
I greet you all.
Ke leboga seno sebaka mo gore re bane le forum eno.
I think this opportunity that we have this type of a program.
Go simolola fo ke tla ke motho o tsana le metla empa fela ga ke na nako eo gone jaanong.
You know, I'm a person who likes to joke, but today I don't have that time.
Yeah. Go simolola mo jako wa ka ko ke nnang teng.
You know, when from my doorstep where I live,
Go na le dilo tse dintsi tse di diragalang tse e leng gore ga ke di rate ebile le lona le ka se rate go di bona mo pele ga mejako ya lena.
you know, there are a lot of things that are in my doorsteps that I'm sure that you wouldn't like to be on your doorsteps.
Le ko morago ga ntlo,
Even at the back of my house,
le ko gating go tswa.
even when you go out at the entrance of the gate.
All right, go tletse dio tse di jaaka di pampers, go a tsholwa di cartoon, la tlhola teng fela fo mo training mo di mo fela. A ke tsore training ke yone dustbin na.
No, there are things like pampers, cartoons, and they just put them there on the drain. I'm not sure whether the drain is the bin.
Sometimes o tlo kra gore mo gating mo le ba fisa thotobolo and then le tsone pampers tseo. A ke tsore mongwa teng nka fapantsha jang le wa di drugs.
They just take that rubbish and burn it. I'm not sure how can I differentiate this smell from the drug smell.
Ke rata batho le bana and ga ke na le tlhogo mo mothong ko ntleng ga mekgwa ya gagwe.
I love people and I love children, and I don't like to hate people. I just hate what people do.
Empa ka go se rate se ke se bonang se se diriwang ke motho ga ka ntemoga fela se tse le ntwa.
So just because I hate the behavior of certain persons, sometimes a person would look at me and then a fight may ensue.
Nako ntse di fitileng a sentse ke gola gone go le phepa tleke tsotlhe mo ne ke tsamaya teng ebile ditlhare ne di sa kgaolwe fela.
You know, when I grew up, everywhere where I traveled, we used to have a clean air, and we didn't have this, trees were not being cut.
Jaanong ke se ke lemogile gore the worst culprits of pollution and emission ke the subcontractors.
Se ke se hlokometseng ke hore batho ba ileng hore ba tlisa tshilafatso ena ya moya ke di subcontractors.
Ga mmogo gape le bo mmenyana ba ileng gore ba latlha di-pampers wa tla fela.
And also, there are some certain mothers that normally dumps the pampers anyway.
Ebile ba di fisa. Sorry? Ba di fisa.
And after dumping them there, they burn them.
Re ne re fiwa di-dustbin metomo tse le tsa masepala ga mmogo le di-plastic tsa ka mo gare.
We used to be given like dustbins, and also they give us a plastic that you have to put inside those bins.
Me ba bang ba di berekisetsa dilo tse dingwe, ba bang ba di rwala ba di isa magaeng a bone to other provinces.
So, but however, other people will take those dustbins and take them to their homes, maybe in other provinces.
Ba di dirisetsa dilo tse dingwe tse re sa di itseng gape.
They use them for certain things that we don't know.
Jaanong matlakala a latlhwa fela yana.
Now, the problem with that is that people just dump rubbish anywhere.
Le ka seke la utlwana go ka re wa mo lemosa.
When you try to talk to him, then you won't get along.
Jaanong dilo tse ke simolotse go di lemoga moragonyana jaana gore go bene le di-subcontractor ga mmogo gape le batho ba ba e leng gore ke di-illegal immigrants ba ba tletseng mo locationeng le Alexandra bona gore le lennyane ya mme population ya teng is too heavy.
In recent times, I've realized that our population has increased because of subcontractors and we have illegal immigrants. But when you look at the township here, it cannot, the population is too much for the township.
Eh, the fly by night, se ke tsone subcontractors because ba batla go please they are what you call the main contractors.
I'm referring to subcontractors as fly-by-nights because all they want to do is to please the main contractor.
The main contractor out there, you must keep the place clean while you're busy working and you must hurry up because I want to see production or else I'll get someone else.
E le hore motshwari a ka sehloohong ko mo rakontraka o tla mmolella hore no wa tseba keng etsa ka pele o fetsetse mosebetsi ona hobane nna ke potlakile.
Because o under pressure, o ka mo tlase ga kgatelelo mothaka o le ene o batla mmereko jaanong o tla dira fela ka mokgwa a kgonang.
Because of the subcontractors under pressure, he's just do as he please so that he can please the main contractor.
Jaanong ke tsotella thata mo lebakeng la gore the illegal immigrants se ka ntlha e feng ka gore ke bona ba ba fiwa mmereko thata go gaisa rona.
I'd like to stress the point of the illegal immigrants because of it seems that they are the ones who have been given employment more than us.
Mo ba eteleding pele ba rona go na le batho ba e leng gore ga ba batle go tsaya boikarabelo ba etapele ba rona.
On our leaders, on certain of our leaders, they don't want to take responsibility.
O tla ko councillor o fitlha morare ke na le sewer problem kwa ka ke na le problem
You go to the councillor and tell them that I have a sewer problem or a certain problem. They will tell you that we are aware of that problem. It was noted long time ago. These are the challenges that we are facing.
ke se ba re bolelang sona mme ke bone ba ba fa ma illegal ya go nna ba ba rekisetsa.
But that's what they tell us. But they are the ones who are giving illegal immigrants places to dwell.
Jaanong ge monkgo ge wa diritibatse ke tla go jaanong.
Now I'm coming on the smell of drugs.
Ah, that. No. Oscar Reza yalo. Oscar Reza. Ke go tlile o se mollo bua o itse o rata tshameka.
I heard you when you talked that you said you'd like to joke.
No, e chaile papa. If di ngwale mo fatshe, kopana le Oswald. O di ngwale mo fatshe. Le tsona tse tsa di drugs tse, o di ngwale mo fatshe re tlo di isa ko departmenteng e right.
You may write all your submissions, include the drug problems, and then we'll take them to the relevant department.
A ke tlo emella ke re mama. A ke tlo emella ne? Good.
Sanbonani,
Greetings.
Utabile lo wakashabalala from
My-
Ward 33, Emoroka.
My name is Tabile Shabalala from Moroka, Ward 33.
My concern is ngati ama big businesses siwanika iskati eside too much ukuthi apolute. I think we need to give them a deadline.
I think my main problem is that it seems like big businesses are given a long time to pollute the environment. I think they must be given a deadline.
And I'm pro e-carbon budget. And I want the community around the polluters to benefit because they get chronic illnesses from the
Dumelana le taba ya ho bana
polluters.
le selekanyetso sa kapa budget ena ya tikoloho bana ke batla batho ba dulang mo le bona ba une molemo.
And then we have a challenge, Zama equality stations. We don't have enough equality stations and we feel they are not enough monitored.
Re na le bothata bo bong ba di ba hore re na le kgaello ya di air quality stations mme hape re ikutlwa le hore di a haella le hore ha di lekolwe hantle.
Bengizocela iparlamente ukuthi isikhulumele futhi nama energy generators.
Re kopa hore parliament re buelle le di energy generators.
because a type of energy esiyuzayo like abo nuclear ne coal, they use too much water which we don't have in South Africa.
Hobane phehlo ya matla kapa ya energy e re sebedisang mona re sebedisa ya mashala ha mmoho le nuclear. Bothata ba tsona ke hobane di sebedisa metsi a mangata and re a tseba hore Afrika mona borwa re na le kgaello ya metsi.
So sicela ukuthi basikhulupulele isolar instead.
Re kopa hore mohlomong hoba ho kenywa leano la disola.
Enclosure,
Ha ke kwala taba ya ka,
ngicela ukubuza kuParliament ukuthi are we going to receive the final document before i-endorswa na?
ke batla ho botsa Palamente hore na tokomane ba bili ya ho qetela na re tlo e fumana pele e ka ntshetswa pele kapa ya phatlalatswa.
Ngiyabonga.
Ke a leboha.
I can manage it. Very good afternoon.
Ke a le dumedisa kaofela.
Hanyane fela mamane ke kgone ho araba mme ka pele before ke re lebala question ena. Mama botsa hore will you get the final draft before it's endorsed? Yeah. Honorable Bryant is going to speak to that. Or after we are done here, what happens? Ne? Yeah, so ni kere sky lebal. Singa pumilas ute au pendulwang.
So on the matter was raised about endorsing the final bill, Honorable Brandt will address it.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Ntibi Modise.
Thank you, sir. Lebitso la ka ke Nondiwiso Nzibande.
I'm based in Edenvale, Ward 18, but I am also representing IPAS today.
Ke tswa Edenvale, Ward 13, empa ke emetse sehlopha sa IPAS.
IPAS is an organization that advances reproductive justice for women and girls. And
IPAS ke mokgatlo e leng hore o ntshetsa pele ditokelo tsa basadi ha mmoho le toka hara basadi le bana ba banana.
thank you. As a starting point, I think it's important to note that we do think that the bill is important. However, there's ways in which this could be strengthened.
Di qadisa tloa fela ke batla ho hlahisa sena hore re a dumela hore bill ena ke ya bohlokwa empa hampa hape re batla ho hlahisa hore re dumela hore bill ena ho na le ditsela hape tse ka matlafatswang ka yona.
We'd like to commend, for example, in section 3 of the bill,
Re batla ho hlahisa taba ena e hlahang karolong ya 3 ya bill.
there is a recognition of the differential impacts that climate change has on particular groupings.
So taba ya hore di hona le dihlopha tse itseng tse leng hore ke tsona fela tse shejwang baping tsa phetoho ya tikoloho.
And this includes women,
Tsena di akareletsa basadi,
children.
bana.
I see there is reference to physically challenged persons, but we do think that the language can be strengthened to be more inclusive.
Re a hlokomela hore hona le batho ba reng ke dikoa hape empa re a nahana hore puo ena le yona e ka fetolwa ka tsela e itseng ho e matlafatsa.
And then secondly, we also want to mention that in the principles section, it's very important to import the principles, the constitutional principles on equality and non-discrimination.
Ntho e nngwe hape ha re tla karolong ya melao metheo e beilweng mona re batla re ho hatise taba ya hore ho bane le tekatekano le hore e ska bana le kgethollo.
Because we recognize again the intersections between climate change and gender, so it's really critical.
Hobane re a hlokomela hore hona le tshebedisano e teng pakeng tsa phetoho ya tikoloho ha mmoho le melao metheo ena e beilweng.
In the same section, we also want to refer to a particular section 3.1, which basically recognizes the importance of an ecosystem, an existing ecosystem that also depends on the availability of services. I just want to add that as an organization that actually advances reproductive justice, we think we need to be quite intentional to ensure that the basic delivery of services for women during emergencies. And by this, we also including sexual and reproductive health. Sexual and reproductive health.
Okay. Ntho e nngwe hape ke batlang ho e hatisa e hlang hona karolong ya 3.1 ke taba ya hore bili ena ra hlokomela ebile ra amohela hore e hlokomela tikoloho kaofela empa re batla hape e shebane le tsa dikamano tsa ho ntshetsa pele setjhaba kapa tsa ho ntshetsa tsa boimana hape.
Okay. And also just to say that we will send a written submission because it's fairly lengthy, but I do want to also add that whilst we recognize that the bill proposes the establishment of institutional arrangements, we think it's critical, number one, to recognize the importance of ensuring a gender balance. But secondly, there is a particular provision in section.
Jwale ka ha ke tshilo ka re ke na jwale ka ha ke boletse hore ditaba tsa ka di ngatanyana empa ke utlwile hore na di tla iswa mane empa ke batla hore ke hatelle ntlha ya pele. This is the first point.
My first point.
Yeah.
Just ensure a gender balance.
Oh, hore ho bana le tekatekano ya bong.
As you have seen in the establishment of in the composition of the Climate Commission, the Presidential Climate Commission.
Jwale ka ha le bone ho ya ka commission ya climate e leng ya hlahiswa.
Another community member also alluded to section 8.4, which recognizes the importance of actually a formal technical support structure. We think that it's important to make sure that there's representation of civil society organizations that work also in the area of women's rights. We also think, you'll get it, we also think that it's important that gender experts are there to actually support this particular committees that will be set up or institutional arrangements.
Ntlha e nngwe hape ke batlang ho e hlahisa e leng hore leloko le leng la e hlahisa mona e hlang ko 8.4 e bua ka hore ho tlo thewa di framework tse leng hore di tla shebana le climate change empa se re batlang ho se hatisa ke hore re kopa hle ho bane le ditsebi tse sebetsanang le tsa bong.
And then in ending, I think it's important to be quite intentional in ensuring the participation of women, not just as persons who are recipients of information, but that we must be intentional in making sure that they are part of decision-making structures, but also that adaptation plans are gender responsive. We will share a full submission on this, but for now, I thank you.
Ntlha e nngwe ha ke qetela ke hore ntho e re batlang hore re bolele ke hore re kopa hle le etse bonnete ba hore basadi le bona ba kenyelletswa mona e ska ba fela batho ba mametseng ba utlwang empa le bona ba nke seabo ba be le karolo ha dintho tsena di etsahala.
Okay, dumelang leadership, abuang ke Wendy Tsotetse from Mfuleng,
Good day leadership, this is Wendy from Mfuleni.
Everton ko Ward 26.
I'm from Everton in Ward 26.
Ska re tseba kaofela ha o tswa ko Valley ho na le a lot of pollution. Re na haufi le ArcelorMittal, re na le bo Sasol firm.
As you know, there are a lot of pollution because of we've got companies like ArcelorMittal and Sasol firms.
Mara taba ya ka haholo ka taba ya bill ke supporta mara not fully re kopa fela itiswe hanyane ho be na le dintho tse edwa.
No, I do agree with the bill. However, I'm not fully agreeing with it. We just think that it needs to be strengthened and some things may need to be added.
Ne ke kopa fela ha re ka qala from our local municipalities. Ibe mo ho ba na le our discussions ko teng because the municipalities tsa rona ke tsona e ke nahana ke tsona tse tsebana le rona situations sa rona ha ho re le di communities.
I think that in our communities, municipalities, we should start there because of our municipalities are the ones that are aware of our challenges.
Municipalities tsa rona re kopa le di etse aware hore di nke taba ya climate change serious, especially taba ya infrastructure le taba ya housing.
Please encourage our municipalities to take this climate change serious, especially things like infrastructure and housing.
Re hloka ke utlwile le bua ka taba ya di forums even for go the local municipalities. Re hloka di study groups as communities, re hloka di workshop.
People alluded that we have forums, but however, over and above that, we need study groups and workshops.
Yes. Hore re ka ba party re ka khona jwang ho mitigate lo adapt tabeng ya climate change.
So that we can also know how to mitigate and adapt in terms of climate change.
Especially most of us really part ya agriculture.
or especially we as part of agriculture.
Ntho engwe e ke ka e kopang hore le taba ya adaptation fund le green fund re kopa ho bona e sebetsa especially from local level before e sebetsa ko national e fella re sa bone fella
And the
kae.
matter pertaining to adaptation and green fund, we wanted to see it working locally first before we see it working nationally.
Ne re kopa hape taba ya batjha ba rona ba nkelwe hlohong ho di environmental issues ba be part.
Please consider our youth. Please involve them when it comes to environmental issues.
They can be trained, be the environment, babang, reka forma the eco clubs from the kolong and then oya ho batjha ba dutseng hae.
So they can be trained. Some of us, we can meet at their halls and then form ecosystem clubs and then go to the community to train those who are at home.
And reka khona hore re be na le di waste pickers and then re be na le batho hape batjha ba rona ebe di champion ho recycling ebe di champion hape ho di re be na le tsela e re itlisang ya ho ba trainer hape ho be na le di innovative ways tsa ho manufacture or process the waste.
And also, if we involve them, we may have, our youth can be champions as been waste helpers and also recyclers. And there must be a way to train them so that they participate as well.
E ka re thusa ho reduce waste e tletseng ka ro di community tsa rona and the dumping sites.
This may help us to reduce the waste that is in our communities and also reduce the dumping sites.
And ha ba ka nkelwa hlohong ba fuwe di tools hore ko di dumping site ha ba di cleaner we transform the dumping site to be the food gardens.
So actually, if we consider them, they can be trained to be shown that actually when we clean those dumps, they could be food gardens.
And re ka kgona hape we createla our own parks.
We can also be able to create our own parks.
That will sustain us and hape di ka kgona hore re create di jobs re le batjha ba rona as ho na le a rate ya batjha ba unemployed even from the graduates.
So this will also sustain us and also provide employment also for the graduates that are unemployed. As we know, we have a problem of unemployment.
Dumela.
Amandla. Ka lebitso ke nna Bongani Ntseki.
My name is Bongani Ntseki.
Ke member community ya Ward 16 Mapetla.
I am a member of Ward Community, Ward 16 in Mapetla.
Ke kopa thuso ka community.
I am making a humble request regarding my community.
The office tsa municipality
The municipal offices.
and community ne kopa backup. Ya go at least to be na le backup ya electricity.
The community was making a humble request to have a backup for electricity.
And then le dikolo tsa Ward 16 una le mo sena le electric teng.
And also some of our school in Ward 16, we have some schools which do not have electricity.
And then ka mo bana ba la bohloko ko sekolong.
And it is very difficult as eating learning in schools. If the government can assist the community, we will be very happy.
Government e thuse setjhaba.
I don't have a lot of input to make. Thank you very much.
Molweni.
Greetings.
Ngumama uQamza eWard 19. Qamza, Nomvula Qamza,
My name is Nomvula Kamza
Ward 19,
from Ward 19.
committee leader.
I am a community leader.
Hey, bathethile abantwana mabantu apha. And that's what can I say even me. Into endiyithethayo inye ngoku. siyayivuma.
The people who have spoken before me here have said everything. I don't know what more to say, but all what I can say is we support this bill.
I accept this climate change bethunana. Ngoba konakele kwezinye indawo. Andisagoduka kunde eSeason Cape ngenxa yelento. Kodwa the only thing emayenzeke ngokuni. Hambani ke ngoniye kwabakhulu kuni. Nibaxelele into kokubana sibafuna apha. Ngoba sifuna kwenyulwe i-forums apha ekuhlaleni. Oh.
Because of this climate change, I don't even go home to the Eastern Cape anymore. But what I can ask from you is to go tell those who are senior to you to please come to us here. We need to speak to them here. We need forums to be formed here in our communities.
Kudala sisiva ngale climate change koma noma total.
We've-
Singayazi ba yintoni kanye kanye.
We've been hearing about this climate change from our radios and everything. We didn't know what it was.
And sifuna nele carbon budget. Itheni ngole carbon budget kuzawuhlukwa funeka kwahlukahlukwane ngokubhatala.
We also want to know about this carbon budget. Why is it that we need to pay different sums of money?
Andizuthetha kakhulu.
I'm not going to be long.
Buyani sizosayina. Niqale nihlengahlengise ezinto sizifunayo.
You need to come back before you sign it. You need to fix all what we need.
Amen.
Ndiyabulela, thank you.
Okay. Dumelang.
Siyabulisa.
Le kae?
Greetings.
Re teng. Rona re tswa re le Agri Eco Project
We come from Agri Eco Project
from Orange Farm.
from Orange Farm
Ward 1.
at Ward 1.
Sure. So, rona ha bua ka climate change, re hlokomeditse haholo because of ile ga bana ka le di flood ka di 15 tsa February.
When we talk about climate change, we feel a lot of pain because we had floods in our area.
So, re senyeditse haholo like the crops.
It distracted a lot of things
Mess
in
up,
our community, like crops and others.
Some other things. So please, man, like ne le ka thusa jwang like or at least re kgone ho metsi ana ha tla re tsebe shoot man no ma re sa wa waste re wa
We are asking for assistance. We don't know how the government will assist us in terms of directing that water so that it can flow to
Maybe you can
one
use it
direction.
for ukunisela futhi.
Maybe we can use that water for, maybe we can,
We can use that water. You can-
maybe we can use that water to water our plants.
So yeah, ne ke yona thuso ene re kopa haholo eo.
That is the only request which we are making today.
Sure, sure.
Thank you very much.
Mandibulise indlu yonke iphela.
Let me greet everyone in the house.
Igama lam ndingufunyanwa Olgansinde.
My name is Funyanwa Olkansinde.
Ngokokuhlala ndihlala phaya eKliptown eBlock A Ward 19.
I'm from Cape Town, Block A, Ward 19.
So andizuthetha kakhulu abafowethu sebendikhavile ngoba amade ngawetyala.
I'm not gonna be long because I've been covered already.
Kodwa ndifuna ukukutsho uba ndibulela kakhulu kuba kanti ugovernment athumela abantu bakhe ayibone yonke into eyenzekayo ukuthi apha phansi. Ngoba siye simkhulume kakubi sithi upha phezulu akasiboni kanti usijongile.
I just want to thank you for coming here, that the government has sent people to speak to us. Sometimes we accuse the government of not caring for us, but we now see that the government does care for us.
Ngoba lolu guquguquko leweda nami ngiyalibona alisafani ngendlela yokuqala ngalendlela sasikhula ngayo. Kangakuba ngenye ixesha ndiye ndilifanise ne-weather yangapha kula mazwe angaphesheya.
Because even I myself can see this climate change. It's not like where we used to grow up. Now I even see this climate as the climate of those countries from the Western world.
Ngoba lona lutshintsha nakathathu ngelanga, even noba singaphuma apha sekutshintshile. Sekufanele siqoqa abantwana ngena endlini kabasuzufana namhlanje. Umoya kuba isiphithiphithi konke nje kuyahlangana.
Because the weather changes so much these days, even up to 3 times a day. And we say to our children, please come inside. We do not know what's happening.
Athi kufuneka sihambe phezu kwawo nama ndikuphikisi. Ndivuya kakhulu xa esondela nomthetho uze apha kuthi. Uqala apha kuthi before uye le. Sazi ukuthi nathi mphakathi bahlali, bantu base South Africa siwuvumile.
So I support this bill. I'm happy that the government brought it to us so that before they sign it, they brought it to us as the people of South Africa, and we know that we've signed it.
Okunyenza ucela ugovernment acela ukuthi aqeqeshe abantu babe kuma local bazokwazi ukuthi balwe nalolu guquguquko bakwazi nokufundisa abantu ngoba kwathina abantu sizimoshela kodwa nalabo ubuxhafuxhafu nje xa ngena apha. So azosifundisa nathi abantu ukuthi sanuthela kanje thelani kanje sanubasa kanje basa kanje.
The other thing that I'd like to request is for the government to train people in our communities so that we can fight this climate change. Even when I came here, I could see that it's filthy outside here.
Ene kwenziwa sithi.
And we are the cause of that.
So siyadingeka ke thina abantu bangaqondiyo bangaboniyo ukuthi ugovernment laba bantu bakaza bafundisa abatrain bazositshela ukuthi asifananga sichithe kahle sifanele sibase kanje.
So we need that training as the people who do not know that the government trains people, the people who are going to teach us so that we should not be dumping things outside like this. We should do like this. Thank you very much. My name is Agnes Zwane. I'm from?
Ward 19.
I come from Cape Town, Ward 19.
Ebengicela ukukhuluma ngakho. Ngiyabonga ukuthola lethuba lokukhuluma.
I have something that I would like to say, but first of all, I want to thank you for this opportunity.
Ngiyavumelana nale dokukhulunywa ngayo.
I support the bill.
Kodwa ngaphambi kokuthi ishicilelwe
Before the bill being passed,
bengingacela ukubuza mina ekhaya lapha engidabuka khona kusemkhondo.
I have a question. Where I come from Umkhondo.
Emkhondo mawusuka eMelo uya ePiet Retief emkhondo.
Umkhondo is between Emelo and Piet Retief.
Kunendawo laphayana ikhampani yiBison Board.
There is a company that called Bison Port.
Leya ndawo inemboshongo emkhulu.
There, in that area, there are big towers.
Ikhipha intuthu enkulu.
And you can see the smoke that come from those towers.
Le ndawo le intuthu yayo ikuvala isifuba useteksini udlula ngendlela.
The smoke that come from those towers can affect you even if you pass that area and just feel it in your chest.
Manje ke ngaphambi kokuthi ku-implementwe le nto okukhulunywa ngayo le.
So now, before this bill is being implemented,
Bengicela ukwazi ukuthi ngakube kuzokwenziwa njani ngabantu asebesebenze kuleya ndawo isikhathi eside ngoba leya ndawo isibe khona nami ngingakazali.
I would like to know what will happen about those employees who worked in that area, because that area, that company has been there even before I was born.
Ngicela ukwazi nangemvelo inhlanzi ezidla amanzi ukuthi ngakube zizonakekelwa kanjani zona ngoba uma sibhekelela yonke into kufanele sibhekelele yonke into ekuthenini kungabibikho kusala ngaphandle ingabulawa imvelo. Abantu abasebenza lapha yakuleya ndawo ingakube bavikeleke kangakanani bona Ngakube kuzoba khona yini ukuthi babonelelwe labo abagulayo abaguliswa yilento nalabo asebahanjelwa yimndeni yabo. Ngakube kuzokwenziwa njani ugovernment uyimisele ngokwenze njani uma enza lento.
When we talk about this climate bill, we must also think about our nature. I'm thinking about fishes. Who is going to take care of them? And also, I'm also concerned about who worked in that company for so many years. And is there any compensation that they will get from government? And what about those who have already lost their loved ones because of this carbon?
Nami sengvala nomalume owasebenza kuleya ndawo eBison Board walimala akasekho namuhla manje bengicela ke ugovernment asisize.
In conclusion, I also have an uncle who used to work in that company, so now he's no longer alive. So I would like to request the government to please help us.
Ngiyabonga.
Thank you.
Mandibhotise Mzontsundu, ndibhotise iParlamente yakowethu, ndibhotise nabantu abakhona indlu yonke ngokubanzi.
Let me greet everybody, let me greet the parliament, let me greet the members and everybody that is here today.
Hamba ukubana ndizichaze igama. Mandithi viva climate change bill, viva. Siyayithatha le climate change, siyayithatha. Thank you.
Before I mention my name, let me just say viva climate change, viva. We say climate change, siyayithatha.
Igama lam ngokufutshane nguSandile kaMqhayi from Zone 3 eSoweto.
My name shortly is Sandile Mqhayi from Zone 3 in Soweto.
Ubawo lo useka kwami ke uzawuthatha elwimi endilithethayo adibanise noGeorge ukuthi abanye abantu beve.
The gentleman besides me is going to translate or interpret what I'm saying so that everybody can hear, even if I speak even the white people that don't understand the language I'm speaking.
Okokuqala njengoba sendibulele kwiParlamente indlu yowisomthetho siyayibonga into enisenzele yona. Ndicinga uba abanye bethu abalapha bazinkokheli ekuhlaleni and bezinkokheli nje nakumasebe wamakhansela. So ngoba silapha ke thina siyabulela mgcini sihlalo ukhansela wethu kangasixelele into yobana uzawupheka uthe cha masomamela indaba siphume size nazo kuye.
As I have said before, I thank the parliament for coming here to speak to us. Our councillor didn't tell us that you'll be catering for us, but all he told us was that we should come here to listen to what is gonna be discussed here. So we thank you for coming here.
Yonke into osipha yona siyibuyisele kubahlali ngoba silapha simele abahlali.
And everything that you have told us here, we'll take it back to our community because we are here not for ourselves, but for our communities.
Isikhalo ke salo kaMqhayi sinye ndiyeva abahlali bathetha ngabantu. Akho mntu uthetha ngezilwane. Akho mntu uthetha ngezilwane eziphila phansi kwamanzi.
My only problem is that everybody that has contributed here is only talking about people, is talking about human beings, is not talking about animals.
Kanti imithi okanye izityalo nenhlanzi eziphila emanzini ziyaphazamiseka lolu ngcolo sithetha ngalo.
But if the trees, the animals, even the fish that stay in water are even affected by what we are talking about here.
Kubantu abasuka apha eAlexandra uyoma ngeLens abahlala kufutshane nemifula. Ndiqinisekile uba bayaloba abo bantu.
The people who stay here in Alexandra, right up to Lens, the people who stay beside the rivers, I'm sure those people are fishing.
Baloba inhlanzi bazithengisele thina abahlali. Kodwa ayikho into esithethayo ngenhlanzi esizityayo uba zikhuseleke kangamanzini.
The fish that they get from the water, they sell us back to us as a community if they are safe or not in that water.
Okokugqibela ndingawastanga ixesha mhlekazi sinayo iSoweto Parliament ngapha kwelaa cala lasemazantsi eRhawuti. Siyawucela le session xa seyibuya izisa impendulo thetha apha zokuqeqesha uba izame ingenelele kwiindawo zonke sifumane loo qeqesho.
Lastly, before I waste your time, I need to mention that we have Soweto Parliament in the south there. So when you come back, you need to please come and visit us so that we can receive the training that people have talked about here.
Gqamakho Mzontsundu.
Thank you very much.
Siyabonga baba.
Thank you.
Hi. What is Alex?
It's very hot here in Alex.
It's only the effect that climate change thing.
This is the effect of climate change.
Motjheso o a weekends a re no gona ho thiba letsatsi hore le ska tswa.
This heat here is just not just happening by itself.
Honorable Kanjo is showing me time.
Obekekileyo uGantsho undibonisa ixesha ngoku.
So she's giving me 5 minutes. I think 5 minutes is too much for me.
Ndicinga uba le mizuzu emihlanu andinika yona minutes kakhulu.
Yeah, it starts now.
Yaqala ngoku ke.
I want to see how many minutes I'm going to spare.
Ndifuna ubona uba ndizawulondoloza imizuzu emingaphi.
Honorable Bryant.
Bekekileyo Bryant.
What is the way forward? How many minutes did I spend?
Kushiyeka imizuzu emingaphi ngoku?
Thank you very much,
Sibulele
Chairperson.
kakhulu kwisihlalo.
Thank you firstly to everybody who has come out today to join the hearings on the climate change bill.
Sibulela wonke umuntu ozidinileyo namhlanje weza apha ezokumamela le nkqubo singayo yomthetho woguquko okumthetho yilwayo woguquko kwemozulu.
We appreciate all the comments that have been made. Some of them are related directly to the bill, whereas some of the others relate to other issues, but we will still feed those through to the relevant departments.
Siwaxabisa wonke amagalelo awileyo apha. Siyazi amanye wawo athetha kanye nalomxholo besingawo apha, kodwa amanye athetha ngeminye, kodwa sawagqithisela kumasebe asebenza ngawo.
As the chairperson mentioned, our job as members of the committee and members of parliament is to make laws and legislation.
Njengoba usihlalo besetshilo ngaphambili, umsebenzi wethu kukwenza imithetho.
And your inputs on this legislation will be taken into consideration going forward.
Kwaye amagalelo enu kulo umthetho yilwayo sithetha ngawo azawusetyenziswa xa siqhubela phambili.
This is the 4th province that we've been to, and we still have to go to another 5 provinces.
Liphondo lesine eli esikulo ngoku kwaye kusashiyeke amaphondo amahlanu esisezawuya kuwo nalo mthetho yilwayo.
Once that is, all of these comments will then come to be noted.
Xa sesigqibile ke lo nkqubo zonke amagalelo enisinike wona apha siza kuwaqokelela sihlale phantsi siyile komiti yemicimbi sijongane nawo.
The bill will also go to the National Council of Provinces and then to the President for assent and for the debate in the National Assembly.
Kwaye le bill isezaya ku National Council of Provinces ibuye iye nakumongameli ibuyele ke ngoku kuba kube nengxoxo mpikiswano ngayo kwindlu yomthetho kazwelonke.
We would like to have this completed, if possible, by next year, because as we know, next year there will be an election and the government will then have a new set of individuals in the committees.
Besingathanda ukuba kungenzeka siyigqibe le nkqubo kulo nyaka uzayo ngoba siyazi uba kulo nyaka uzayo kuzaba khona unyulo into ethetha ukuba ke urhulumente ungatshintsha.
Thank you again to everybody. And when we are finished, please can you just stay seated for a couple of minutes while they advise where the food will be provided afterwards.
Sibulele wonke umuntu okhoyo apha. Xa sesigqibile ke sicela nihlale ningaphakami njengoko nizakwaziswa ukuba ukutya kuzawufumaneka ndawoni.
Thank you again and have a lovely weekend.
Sinibulela kwakhona sicela libe nempelaveki emyoli.
I see Honorable Ganjo did not time Honorable Bryant.
Ndiyabona obekekileyo uGantsho kangambaleli ixesha obekekileyo uBryant.
I suspect that there is some caucus happening here.
Ndiyakroka ukuba likhona iqugule elenzekayo apha.
I smell a coup d'etat.
Ndiyakrokrela ukuba lukhona ubhukuqo olungakho.
But I'm not going to waste time.
Kodwa ke andizunichithela xesha.
Except to take this opportunity to thank you.
Ngaphandle nje kuba ndithathe lithuba ukuba ndinibulele.
Honorable members, the people of Johannesburg that came here today are over 300.
Malunga bekekileyo abantu base Johannesburg abeze apha namhlanje bangaphezulu kwamakhulu amathathu.
So we have about 305 people that have actually registered today.
Nabantu abamalunga nabayi 305 ababhalisileyo apha.
We just hope Ekurhuleni will not contest you in terms of numbers and the West Rand. But we are happy with you.
Siyathemba ukuba iKurhuleni kwakunye neNtshona Rand ayizokhuphisana nani ngamanani kodwa siyavuya ngoba nizile apha.
We have heard all of you. All your views are important and valuable to us.
Sinivile ninonke kwaye zonke imbono zenu zibalulekile kuthi.
Now, if we were to respond to each and every one of you, and then we need another 3 days in Johannesburg.
Ukuba ke besinokuphendula ngamnye kuni besizawudinga ezinye iintsuku ezintathu apha eJohannesburg.
But like Honorable Bryant has said, no issue is irrelevant to us.
Njengoba setshilo nje obekekileyo uBryant akukho nto engabalulekanga kuthi.
So all the issues that you have raised are going to be given necessary consideration and be given to relevant departments and portfolio committees.
Yonke ke imiba eniphakamisileyo apha siza kuyijongisisa futhi siyigqithisele kumasebe ngamasebe ajongene nayo.
We thank all the presenters and all the organizations that came here.
Sibulela bonke abantu abenze igalelo apha kwakunye nemibutho ekhoyo apha.
You have enriched a legislative process. You are on record.
Nityebisile ke inkqubo yowiso-mthetho kwaye siyishicilele loo nto.
Climate change in its own nature, these discussions are extremely complex.
Uguqulo lwemozulu kwangokwalo nje ngumcimbi onzima kwaye zonke izinto bekuthethwa ngazo apha zizinto ezinzima kakhulu.
They need a careful and a very balanced approach.
Sifuna ke ijongwe ngendlela elungeleleneyo.
It affects human. It's man-made. It affects human, not women.
Ichaphazela abantu ingachaphazela abafazi yenziwe kwasithi bantu.
Hayi. Andijongo njani. Andijongo njani. Apanje kokumosha ixesha because ndiyaqonda uba netoliki ngoku ayisatoliki zona ngoku inobilambile. Akasatoliki zona inobulambile ngoku.
Without wasting time, I think even the interpreter is hungry now.
Chilies, what happens? Sihlala phansi? As we leave or as we leave? Okay. Masenzeni kanje ke.
Let us do this.
Aban kulamnyango singene ngawo loya.
The door that we used when we came in here.
There should be gentlemen there at the back. Where are they? There. See that gentleman there?
Khona umnumzana othile apha uba niyamjika ningambona.
Uzawunithatha by row by row by row.
That gentleman will help each and every row here.
So preferably la row isemva xa igqiba ukuphuma kulandele enye kanjalo as you go out, you grab food.
Besingathanda ke ukuba kungaqala abe bangasemva ze nithi xa niphuma nifumane ukutya ngokulandelelana kwenu.
I want to advise that we start with people of disabilities and the elders.
Bendingathanda ukucebisa uba siqale ngabantu abaphila nokukhubuzeka kanye nabantu abadala.
Siyavumelana ndithi?
We agree on that.
Thank you very much, and the meeting is closed.
Siyanibulela kwaye le ntlanganiso ivaliwe.
Thank you.
Siyabulela.